board meeting. Dr. Glover, her designee, will provide information in connection with this agenda item.
Dr. Melton?
Yes, again, thank you, trustees. Again, on behalf of the College of Business, they requested approval for the proposed Master of Accounting and Accounting degree programs and procedures with submission of the letter of notification to THAC. And that's analytics, accounting analytics. And again, supporting documentation.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's it. Yes, thank you.
I think she was gonna reference that supporting documentation is in the appendix.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or discussion?
I'd just like to point out that,
There being none, I move
Yeah,
that.
Chairman
Go
Johnson.
ahead, I'm sorry.
yeah, and so I just want to point out that these last two master's degree programs are submitting a preliminary version of the LON, the letter of notification, starting tomorrow.
Yes.
The university has a new internal process which requires a full LON at this first stage. Previously, we saw an LON later on in the process, but THAC has changed those guidelines. And so these two entities, agriculture and business, have already completed the first preliminary version of the LON. So a much more complete proposal than we have seen historically is included in the appendices.
Yes.
And that will be the procedure from this point on as of tomorrow. So just a heads up.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the input. I move for the Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee to recommend to the full board the approval of a new academic program for the Master of Science in Accounting and Accounting Analytics as contained in the board materials for the November 17, 2022 board meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Secretary Pendleton, please call the roll.
Trustee Andre Johnson,
Aye.
trustee Bill Johnson,
Aye.
The motion is approved. The next item on the agenda is the Academic Affairs Report. Information regarding the Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee agenda item is included in your November 17, 2002 board materials. President Glover, please provide pertinent information related to this agenda item. This is an informational discussion item, so no vote is required.
Dr. Melton?
Yes, trustees, now I have a smile on my face. On behalf of the Office of Academic Affairs, I am so pleased to share with you some of the highlights of our departments, our colleges, our faculty, and our staff. First of all, on behalf of the academic team, we were able to go and have a student forum at the various hotels to find out the academic needs of our students in our off-site locations. And we were able to come back with very good recommendations in terms of having some of our support systems to go to our off-site hotels location to provide them with additional services. So again, we were able to visit the 5 hotels. Furthermore, we are working with the Office of Student Success as well as our academic centers in providing resources and working out a retention plan that you'll hear more about from Mr. Izzard. But I am pleased to highlight a couple of big items. On behalf of Title III, receiving $8.8 million 5-year grants on behalf of the Collaborative Research Racial Program, as well as our international program being named as one of the international Fulbright centers. I am wearing for you on purpose our smart academic esports outfits because we won #1 internationally on behalf of T-Mobile. Our academic esports, which is now internationally known. We play globally, and then hopefully next time we meet, I'll have some other upcoming news. But yes, this is our academic esports attire, and we pathway the playing of video games into our STEM and STEAM programs. With that, I am pleased to share with you, we received an award from the Hewlett Foundation on Open Education Resources, which reduces the cost of textbook, teaching, and learning material across the campus. But I am very pleased to share with you, on behalf of the College of Engineering, that the college achieved the ABET accreditation renewal for our 4 engineering programs. And I moved to the College of Health Science just to tap in, and I'm now going to have Dr. Glover to make the announcement about our nursing program and the passing rate. I would like to give her the honors.
Thank you. Back to me again. We wanted to announce that we have worked hard with our nursing program to ensure passage of NCLEX, and this year there is 100% pass rate. And, thank you.
And thank you. We have other highlights from all of our colleges, departments, again, our faculty and students, but I will conclude with that conclusion of a 100% passage rate. So again, congratulations to our academic faculty, our staff, and our students. Thank you.
Attorney Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. Are there any questions or comments?
One comment, sir, if I might. Dr. Melton, want to thank you for the efforts that you've put forth in this position as interim. We sincerely appreciate everything that you've done. You've done a tremendous job, and just want to publicly say that to you.
Well, thank you. I'm here to serve, and I say that sincerely. I am here to serve.
Attorney Johnson.
I'd just like to say that's great news about the nursing program, and I just hope that that continues and goes over into the other aspects of our academic programs. The next item on the agenda is the Student Affairs Report. Information regarding this academic affairs and Student Affairs Committee agenda item are included in your November 17, 2022 board materials. President Glover will please provide pertinent information related to this agenda item. This information is a discussion item only, so no vote is required.
Thank you. Dean Stevenson, who's our Associate Vice President, Dean of Students, will report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam President, Chairman Johnson. Want to begin by sharing some great success from this semester with our students. Last night we graduated 40 students from our leadership TSU. These students had a unique journey in terms of exploring leadership opportunities and exploring what leadership looks like at different levels. They were challenged to really think outside the box, and we were excited to have this cohort to complete on last night. Waste Management has partnered with Tennessee State University and our students to look at what sustainability looks like, and our student leaders have really moved the needle on thinking through how we can contribute to making sure so many items don't go to the landfill, and we improve our recycling efforts. So our students toured the waste management facilities here in Nashville and also the recycling facilities here in Nashville with some ideas of how we can contribute to making sustainability make more sense in this city. We're very proud of our student leaders. President Glover mentioned this, but I would be remiss not to make sure all of the board heard this loud and clear, and that is that our band, Rescredited Bands, has been nominated for 2 Grammy Awards, so we're very proud of them and very excited about what that looks like. We continue to put a unique focus on making sure that we have a pipeline for career opportunities for our students, and we're increasing those opportunities. And we also want to announce that we were awarded a $100,000 grant from Nike for our Career Development Center as it relates to diversity initiatives and pipelines. And so we're very proud of that grant that we received from them, and we're working to make sure that we create those opportunities. Speaking of our Career Development Center, we've got some numbers that was very impressive. One of the numbers was around the Thurgood Marshall, and what's happening there is Tennessee State University has students that are awarded scholarships from Thurgood Marshall, and we are now second in leading of those scholarships across the nation, and so we're very proud of those students and the work they're doing. We have two students. One is sitting next to me, Sean Wimberly, who have done some great work and continue to lead those efforts. We're very proud of the work, and for him to be recognized as a University Ambassador for the Federal Express, Mr. Sean Wimberly and Ms. Brianna Jefferson. We're proud of both of them, and congratulations to them for having that success. One other thing around our Career Center, we started this a few years ago, and it has been a success in terms of just motivating our students for the opportunity to dress for success. So we partnered with JCPenney, and we did another JCPenney suit up where we were able to give over $5,000 out to students to help have the clothing that they need for their interviews, and JCPenney discounted all of those clothing, so it was a great success. We're very proud of those efforts. Finally, our counseling center has been very innovative in terms of how we navigate this post-pandemic space and helping students, particularly in group sessions. And so that's one of the things they've lifted up in terms of students being able to speak and talk to students and with students. We've also had an opportunity to lift up some programs around grief counseling. We were realizing a lot of students were dealing with some heaviness in terms of grief and did not know how to process that, so we're very proud of that. So as we come to the end of this semester, we're proud of the work that we did to engage students both on and off campus at our hotels. We had over 85 events at the off-campus sites, and we appreciate all of the other entities that participated, like Academic Affairs, to make sure the students had a unique and a very awesome student experience, and so we're proud of that. We're proud of our student leaders, and we're proud of how they've navigated this space this semester. That concludes my report.
If I can jump in real quick and tag on to your Dress for Success issue, as part of the Nike $100,000 project, Nike has created an HBCU Tennessee State University shoe that is logoed and branded, and so I have seen it, and so our students can be wearing. I'm not wearing.
Are you wearing it?
No, I'm not. No.
Where do we get it?
But there is a Tennessee State specifically branded shoe that is available from Nike as part of their HBCU series. So we're excited to have that.
That's a great shoe. It's sold out in a couple of hours,
Right.
and thank you
You
for
didn't
sharing
get
that,
board
Nike.
members one?
Well, they're Nike Dunks, so I don't know.
She's researching, making sure it was a conflict of interest.
I just also wanted to,
go
just wanted to acknowledge Sean Rimberly, our Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee member, calling roll. This is voting members, but he's also a distinguished member of this committee, and as we know, has been doing a fantastic job.
May I speak, Madam Chair?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, I just want to say.
But you have to, Attorney Johnson's chairing the meeting.
Oh, got you. Attorney, may I speak?
Yes, I'll answer for him.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity, first off. And I will say on behalf of students that they have been seeing how much effort that the student affairs have been putting in terms of keeping students engaged, especially on the off-site housing conditions and things like that. So thank you again for my opportunity, but also for the effort that you keep on doing for us and students.
I do have, Mr. Chairman, if I may make just a couple of comments at this point. One, very seriously, I would like to know where to get the Nike tennis shoe, to be honest with you, okay? So, as chair, I want that information sent to me. Thank you. I'll pass it on to you, Trustee Lewis.
Thank you.
To the budget committee. Is that the way that works? So they can all get shoes?
The other thing is, Trustee Wimberly, want to congratulate you on your visit, your representation at Wall Street. That's tremendous, and also I hope that Ms. Brianna Jefferson is listening so that we want to also congratulate her for the representation that she had. As we go through one of these committee meetings, I always make notes going forward. I just have to mention just a few things. Attorney Johnson won't belabor the point. But one I did in the last meeting, let me see where I want to start. Last meeting, there were 3 points that I was very concerned about. So let me start with the first one, which will go very quickly, and that was public relations. So I hope that at some point in time during today, we will hear a report relative to what we decided on a firm. Dr. Glover, but just before you make that comment, and I hope that we will thoroughly publicize the success that we have had with the nursing program, because when we had challenges, they made every mention to try to publicize it. So we need to fight that with the 100% rate. Dr. Glover.
Thank you. I'm going to do it back to Dean to make one more announcement when I finish. But I want to say, let me follow up on Thurgood Marshall first. We mentioned the Thurgood Marshall partnership, but as many of you probably know, Thurgood Marshall was formed to assist state-supported schools, state-assisted schools. The United Negro College Fund, UNCF, works with the private colleges. And so Thurgood Marshall has really been working hard with TSU to make sure we were advancing and getting some of the funding that they had gotten from other corporations. I thought we'd just make sure that we know that that's one that was set up just to help state-supported schools and state-assisted schools. Public relations firm, Attorney Pendleton, AVP Kelly Sharp, and I have been talking to various firms. I think it was 3 that we ended up talking to. And we selected the firm of Siegenthaler, and they have been helpful with us. And Kelly works with them, and a lot of us already. And we talked to some of the board members who, well, I think 3 or 4 of the board members highly recommended them, and they have worked with us before in the past, and then they work with us on another project that we had that involved Oprah Winfrey. And so we feel comfortable working with them. They've already begun to produce. We haven't signed any contracts with them yet. We're still in negotiation with them. We've been building by the hour. We wanted to make sure the board was pleased with it before we went any further with it. So that's where we're at. Lawrence, you have anything you want to add to that about the firm?
No.
Okay. That's where we're at with that. We want to. They're helping us, and then we also have. Prior to that, we had retained from Channel 17. Well, prior to 17. Harriet Harriet Vaughn Wallace, who has been helping with the housing concerns we've had, and helping us get the media parts a little bit more positive, and to get more details to the various media outlets. But getting back to the PR firm, they've already done several things to assist us, and we're looking forward to them helping getting some of the things turned around. If you notice, it's not everybody. We know Fox 17 is going to be Fox 17. There's nothing we can do about that. We can mitigate as much as possible and put as much positive publicity out there. And she's working really well with Kelly Sharp and with Harriet. So we're pleased with them. All right.
Madam Chair, if I'm not interrupted, I just want to comment on the choice of using the Siegenthaler firm. And I know that our administration, they've done their homework about the Siegenthaler firm, who they are, and where the name Siegenthaler comes from. Oftentimes we forget some of our past graduates of TSU who have worked with and for the Siegenthaler firm and have caused them to be very active in the community, especially with schools like TSU. I call out the name of Francis Guest, who is now deceased, that was an icon with the Siegenthaler firm. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm thinking that his daughter is now working for them. So paying them by the hour, letting them bill us by the hour is wonderful and marvelous. But I would encourage us to give full consideration to hiring the Siegenthaler firm on a permanent basis, and our PR department working with and through them in order that we may continue to get good public relations for TSU. This comes as a result from our wonderful friends over at Fox News, our wonderful friends at CBS here within the last 2 or 3 days. We need all of the assistance we can receive, and thank you, Dr. Melton, for some of the reports that you made in the academic affairs. And Vice President Stevenson, to know that you've had 80-something events at the various locations of our students being housed. This is the kind of information that needs to be, in my judgment, given to the Nashville and the state community about what we are doing in order to take care of our students. And I think Siegenthaler can do that for us. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Mr. Lewis. I am very familiar with DV and Mall Siegenthaler firm. They merged, and the head of it is Ronald Roberts, who, when I was at the bank, served on the board with me. He is a managing partner. So, Oh, okay. So I just want to reiterate what Trustee Lewis has said.
And not to say, we did talk to, I mean, we were very impressed with Fox, the other firm too. They had TSU graduates, but you know, it was a kind of tough selection. But in the end, Siegenthaler won out. So with them, we plan to do frequent and earlier communication to the students pertaining to student experiences and just simplify the message to students. One of the things we found that the students are a little bit, it's challenging to follow the website all the way through from beginning to end for all aspects of what first year students need. So we're really we're gonna do that, and that's gonna help us to resolve issues in a more timely manner, and then internal and external communications also. So we're looking forward to really the communications aspect of it. Would you like me to go on to customer service now, or just?
Just 1 minute. I want to ask one other question before we go to customer service, and that is, can you give me an update, Dean Stevenson, as it relates to housing?
Yeah, we've got it. We've got a full report. I think we're going to do.
Short-term, next semester in the fall.
Okay. We've got that report. You want to?
In the budget.
Yeah.
It's coming in another.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
coming in another
Okay,
committee.
very good. That's fine. So it's coming in under which area?
Finance and budget.
Finance. I know that. Okay, all right, so we'll do that under Trustee Lewis's section. And then the next area that I noted in the minutes that I had brought to the attention of the board was customer service. And in the minutes, it was listed, which was true, that I had directed that there be an entity established to directly solve customer service issues. I spend too much time on the telephone about customer service issues. So at this point in time, I would want to know specifically what we are doing with customer service. Not what we plan to do, but what we are actually going to do.
Well, thank you. Dr. Curtis Johnson and I initially began the process of developing this customer service unit. And that the purpose will be, we will establish the Office of Customer Relations to provide information, to answer questions, and ensure that the concerns and inquiries are being addressed in a timely manner. And we're going to ask each division. We're asking each division to develop some customer relations goals, and the new person that we bring on, or the person that we bring on, will assist and develop an assessment plan. It will assess the units that have customer service activity, the most frequent customer service activities, such as in housing and admissions and scholarships, and the areas that we know that would have some a great amount of customer service activities. And I've met with Sean Wimberly, and we discussed some of the things that we thought the student would be involved in. So we want to set up a student customer service advisory committee, and they would work on issues and interface. And so that's what we want. That's where we are with it. We want to make sure that the board was aware that we move quickly on it. We're going to post a position. I have it with me on my desk, but there were some things I wanted to just double check on it before we went public and posted it. But I think that's anything else, Dr. Johnson? Okay, so that's where we are with it. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And what timeline are we looking forward to trying to get this fulfilled?
Well, we want to. I spoke with Linda Spears this morning early, and she is the Associate Vice President for Human Resources, and we're looking at having the position posted by the end of the month. So then we go from there.
Okay.
I'm putting together a search committee for it also.
And after we fill this position and we've got the position up and running, I would like for us to get reports back to the board about what is being done. I did get 3 calls last night. People wanted the job. I told them I don't hire and I don't fire for TSU. So they'd have to wait till it was posted and deal with that. So there's an interest. It's out there from the meeting that it's going to be done, and I think that's good. But I think it's also going to be very critical that there is a point of responsibility to make sure that what we are going to be charging the individuals with, that they do it, and if they don't do it, we take appropriate action, and please keep the board informed. So thank you for moving very swiftly on that.
Thank you.
May I comment on that? My mind works real good sometimes. Student work aid, do we still have that at Tennessee State University? I think that was a federal program, is that right?
Work study.
Well, our work study, I would hope that you could have a similar, if not the same type of program. This customer service, who are your best ambassadors for customer service? Students. They're the ones that need to be hired. They're the ones that need to be representing Tennessee State University among other students. And I would encourage the responsible people from Linda Spears on down, when you hire somebody, that you find a way to hire students to do the job. Now, when I was a student at Tennessee State, my work study program was $40 a month, 2 hours a day. I don't know if you can still do that in today's environment, but you could consider, I'm not lying to you, you still could consider something. Hire students, let them be the ambassadors to other students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Lewis. I will say that last evening I did have a chance to speak with a few students, and my question was, what do you see is the disconnect? Basically, what was said was that the students, and I think with the move where you're moving, the students want to know that they are being heard. And I don't think they don't feel that they're being heard from the top. They don't feel they're being heard all the way through the organization. I leave that. I will end my comments with that. But I will just say it is extremely critical that we do a good job and not lose our brand and make the necessary changes. Dr. Glover.
Thank you. It would be a whole department. It would just be one person.
I understand it.
Right. It would be a whole
Yes.
department with there'd be staff with a top level person. We're determining the title level now. It would be it would staff with other persons who are bubbly and friendly and understand how to understand what good customer service means. And then we have the student aspect of it. Sean Wimberly's been very helpful in just kind of strategizing and analyzing the needs of this committee. So thank you very much.
And thank you, Trustee Wimberly, because like I said, talking with the students, they just felt the disconnect was making sure that they feel that they are being heard, that they feel. So thank you for moving quickly on that. Thank you for your participation. Ask you to please continue. That's all I have comments, Trustee Johnson. Trustee Andre Johnson.
Thank you for all of those great comments. I want to reiterate and echo many things that were said. I just want to thank the great work of Dr. Glover and his staff, just keeping us informed and working through these challenging times that we're all facing. I think that it's important to remember that the brand is the most important thing we have, and we must protect it at all costs. And I think many others have said that. Is there any additional business for this committee? Seeing none, is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
You want to second it?
Any discussion?
I take
Is
it.
there a second? I second.
Okay.
Any discussion? Hearing none, the question is on the motion to adjourn the meeting. Secretary Pendleton, please call the roll.
Trustee Andre Johnson.
Aye.
Trustee Bill Johnson.
Aye.
The motion is approved. We are adjourned.
Attorney Pendleton, before we move to the next committee, I'd like to make a comment that I know it is extremely important that we show our participation in these meetings for those that are signing on, listening. I think that is also a way for the community as well for the students to understand our participation and our commitment and care for the institution. You know, normally it is Trustee Lewis and I that are talking. But I encourage all of you, and I know that, you know, all you brilliant minds sitting around this table, that's why I hang around you guys, because you're so brilliant. And I know that you all probably talk to the president, and that's fine. But please share with the other members so that people looking on understand that we are involved. We're not just sitting here, okay?
Before
Okay.
Lawrence comes, Dean Stevens, you forgot, did you make the announcement you want to make?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a Kenny, our SGA president, and our SGA vice president both had the opportunity to go to D.C. this semester in a roundtable discussion with the vice president of the United States. So I'd be remiss if I didn't share that.
Oh, wonderful. Are they here? No, okay. Are they here?
They're probably listening.
Oh, they're probably listening in. Okay, thank you, Dr. Glover, for making that possibility for them to go sit with President. I mean, if I was sitting on one of the President's committees, I'd make sure TSU had some reputation there. Moving right along here, I'm not going to stay on there. Okay, Attorney Pendleton, where are we?
So, if you may announce about the reordering of the committee, we're going to have the Finance and Budget Committee meeting now,
Okay,
so that we can ensure a
Mr.
quorum.
Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish we had this meeting on Monday instead of today, so that some other individuals could have heard what we are doing, what we have done, and where we're going. I'm dealing with the committee that met on Tuesday. I spent about 2 hours listening to that on Tuesday. Now with that, let's move forward. Good morning. The November 17th Finance and Budget Committee is now called to order. Before we get started, we need to make certain findings on the record regarding the necessity for conducting this meeting by electronic participation without a physical quorum present. Findings of the necessity of conducting the committee meeting without a physical presence of a quorum in accordance with Tennessee Code annotated Section 8-44-108, being 2, the chair of the Finance and Budget Committee offer the following facts and circumstances in support of finding of necessity for the Board of Trustees Finance and Budget Committee to conduct its November 17th, 2022 meeting without a physical presence of a quorum. The Finance and Budget Committee is scheduled to take up important committee matters which require timely action by the committee, including but not limited to the institutional revised budget, the bank reconciliation policy. The committee will also hear important reports on capital planning and facilities, the Housing Special Committee report, and I'll underline that one, the CARES Act funding enrollment, recruitment and retention, and institutional development. Participation by electronic means is necessitated by members in person, absence due to unavoidable travel issues. Accordingly, I move that the committee find the participation of a quorum of the committee members by electronic means of communication is necessary. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, sir. The question is on the motion to find that participation by a quorum of the committee members by electronic means of communication is necessary. Secretary Pendleton, please call the roll.
Trustee Lewis,
Aye.
Trustee Andre Johnson,
Aye.
The motion carries. We will proceed with the meeting with a quorum present. Committee members, if you cannot hear or speak to the other committee members or board members, please state so now. For each committee member participating electronically, please identify any individuals who are present in the location from which you are participating. Agenda item, roll call and declaration of a quorum. At this time, we need to call the roll. President Pendleton, please call the roll.
I appreciate the promotion, but
That's all right, just keep working for us.
Trustee Lewis is my man. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I know.
All right, Trustee Lewis,
Present.
Trustee Andre Johnson,
Present.
we have a quorum.
Thank you, sir. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the September 15th, 2022 Finance and Budget Committee meeting minutes. The minutes of the Finance and Budget Committee September 15, 2022 meeting are included for your review in the board materials for the November 17, 22 board meeting. I move for the Finance and Budget Committee to recommend to the full board the approval of the September 15, 2022 Finance and Budget Committee meeting minutes as contained in the board materials for November 17, 2022 board meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? The question is on the motion to recommend to the full board the approval of the September 15, 2022 Finance and Budget Committee meeting minutes as contained in the board material for today, November 17th board meeting. Secretary Pendleton, please call the roll.
Trustee Lewis.
Present.
Trustee Andre Johnson.
Aye.
The motion is approved. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the fiscal year for 2023 institutional revised budget. The materials related to this agenda item are included for your review in the board materials for the November 17th, 2022 board meeting. I move the Finance and Budget Committee, well, we have to have the presentation first. Madam President, will you please do that for us?
Thank you. He's already here. Mr. Allen?
Again, good morning, board members. And Trustee Lewis, I do appreciate it, this opportunity. I want to turn your attention to page 59 in your board documents. All right. In June, we presented the initial budget, which was approved by the Board of Regents. Our state laws require that we come back and perform a revised budget, and that's what I'm presenting to you this morning. Again, on page 59, I'm starting with the expenditures and transfers. So for the revised budget, the total education and general expenditures requested for approval is $180.8 million. That is up from $138 million from the initial budget, which is a difference of $43 million. The significant difference for this, again, is the extraordinary efforts in AVP Izzard's area, Dean Stevenson's area, and others on this campus to grow our enrollment the way they have been able to do that. We had our original or initial budget included $6.8 million in scholarships, and that does not include scholarships from the foundation and other third parties. We increased the budget to $28.3 million. How did we do that? We've had questions in reference to that, so I would like to share those numbers with you this morning. For that $28 million total, outside of academic scholarships was $3.5 million. The foundation, they have a spending plan that's allocated for student scholarships of $1.8 million. We have CARES funding of $6.4 million and additional tuition revenue. So I'm going to stop there for just a moment. With the increase, we took a very conservative approach to our budget for FY23. We based the initial budget on a flat enrollment. So coming back to you all for the revised budget, that allowed us to increase our revenues, our tuition and fee revenue, from $83 million to right under $100 million. So we had additional revenues to offset the scholarships, that being a major cost, in addition to any additional housing costs related to the hotels, and then also that related to the hiring of adjunct and other professors to fill the need for our students in the classroom. I want to turn your attention to the non-mandatory transfers. You will see a jump. We have now $15.5 million that we are needing to pull from reserves. What does that mean? That is the
How much are you pulling from reserves?
$15.7 million gross. And
That is the 15.5, the ones that's in.
I'm sorry, 15.5 million, yes, thank you, 15.5 million. What you don't see here is the additional outside funding that is used for the scholarships, to offset the scholarships. You can't put non-operating revenues into a operating budget. So for operation purposes, the 15.5 million has to be shown gross. However, an offset, as I just mentioned, 1.7 million of that is coming from the foundation to fund scholarships, and another 6.4 million from CARES funding. Again, those are not revenue sources that are operating, those are non-operating. So that's the offset. So that's a net of 8.1 million increase for revenues of that 15.5, leaving 7.4 million that we would have to actually pull from reserves.
Okay, Vice President, let me ask you a question, and probably I guess I'm the one going to ask these type of questions, but make sure we all understand. We need to all understand exactly what is being said here. So we offered $28.3 million
Yes.
in scholarships and fellowships. Am I correct?
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, now, the 28.3 million, is that for a semester? Is that for a year? Is that for the whole time that they're there? Explain the basis on which that 28.3 million was issued.
So that 28 million is for this current fiscal year. If students retain their scholarships, we know that we have attrition, we know that we have graduation, that reduces the scholarship number. How we are funding scholarships going forward, we offer 2,694 scholarships to our students. We will still probably issue 2,694 scholarships in the future, but it will be a lesser amount that each student will receive to cover the cost of the scholarships.
So we will, you're saying that the number will probably stay the same, but in terms of the dollars expended will vary?
Sure. So in total, yes. Now, scholarships set aside for 23-24, we have budgeted right now at around $15 million. So that's down from the 28 million because we have to also cover the recurring scholarships.
Okay, so the 15 million we have budgeted now, is that for new scholarships?
15 million will be for 23-24. AVP Izzard's area, athletics, band, they're on the road now recruiting for next year.
Okay, so that
Yes.
15 million is for next fiscal year,
Yes.
6/30/24, right?
23-24, right.
23-24, okay. So, and we're looking at a total at that point in time of 15 million?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are we looking at holding it to the 15 million, or, I'm looking at these numbers that she was so kind to share with me. Are we looking at holding it to the 15 million or changing it? But I think it's critical that we understand that we gave out 28 million FY 6/30/23,
Yes,
and that covered this year.
that is correct, yes.
It would probably end up being about 20 million in total, 15 million here, but then we have some of the partners, HCA, it's just $1.5 million for scholarships and others. We have the $3 or $4 million contributors that we're adding to that. The 15 million is from the
And
budget.
that's the institutional dollars.
Institutional
yes.
dollars.
15
Okay.
million from institutional aid.
Okay, coming straight from
Yes.
us. I have, okay, good, okay. I'm sorry, sir. I just want to make
No,
sure.
no, that's
I just
great
want to make sure,
question.
so basically, we spend approximately 15% of our total expenditures on scholarships and fellowships, if my math is correct here.
Yes,
Okay, all right.
yes, sir.
So, where is bad debt or uncollectible tuition? Where is it recognized? Is there an estimate for that?
So bad debt is actually a reduction to tuition and fees.
Okay, all right.
Okay, yes.
All right.
So we account for that on the general
on the-
accounting side.
okay.
That is correct.
One other question, rather than a comment, and just so that I'm sure everybody does understand, in case they don't, let's just tell them anyway. When we talk about the unexpended plant, explain and make a comparison, if you will, to the for-profit world.
Sure.
I have
So,
to take my glasses off to see and have to take them on
well,
to hear you. I have to put 'em
I
on to
can't see
hear you,
anything
okay?
right now.
So, okay.
So the way that works, in a institutional higher ed that falls under GASB, okay, your for-profit institutions fall under FASB, which is the financial accounting, and I think most, if don't know that, those are just accounting rules that we must abide by for the separate institutions. a net position for the university is equivalent to the balance sheet, the net assets on a balance sheet for a for-profit, okay? So when they have, on the for-profit side, your total reserves, you're gonna see that in net profit, right? You're gonna see it, and that rolls into their fund balance, okay? Or what they call their net assets. For us, we have revenues minus expenditures. Anything that's the surplus or deficit then rolls into the fund balance. In our case, for June 2022, we were actually able to increase our reserves by $16 million. And given a year, again, great growth here, and a strong management of the funds and resources by my cabinet members as well.
So
that's
if I
really
put
the
it in a
difference.
profit standpoint, for those of us that are in a profit world, then we had a profit, so to speak, of that amount of money that rolled into
Yes.
what we call here our plant fund, but what we call in the commercial world, I'm not in the commercial world anymore, but what those in the commercial world call undivided profits
That
fund.
is correct.
Am I correct in that?
That is correct,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, also on the $16 million, I know that doesn't come easy, so I want to say to you, I want to say two things to you. One, I want to congratulate you on how you handled yourself at the hearing. I thought you did a fantastic job.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I'm going to get to you. Just hold on. That's what you get paid to do. Okay. All right. But you did a fantastic job,
Appreciate it.
and I appreciate that. So just as I am critical about certain things, I am also going to give the flowers what they are deserved.
Thank you.
Now, our president also did a wonderful job. That's enough for you. Now, okay, moving back to you,
All
sir.
right.
She did a wonderful job. She looked good, she was very well prepared, and she spoke extremely well, which there are some communities that are not accustomed to that from us, but she did a wonderful job. But you did a great job, and thank you and your team for the work you did in making sure that we had this carry over into profit,
Yes, ma'am.
into unexpended plant funds, okay, in the $16 million.
And I would like to add too, it's a team approach, and I want to thank the cabinet members as well. We've had long conversations, from a fund balance perspective, from a budgetary perspective, and I appreciate their help in making these things happen too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can ask one quick question?
You may.
Mr. Allen. You said it, but I didn't catch it to write in my notes here. You gave us a number for the overload and adjunct costs for this fall.
Yes.
What was that number?
1.8 million.
Thank you.
So with the money, the additional money with
I have a
the,
quick-
go on,
I have a quick question. Yeah, I understand that we, our scholarships are 15% of the budget for scholarships.
That is correct, yes.
Is that right?
Yes, that is
Okay,
correct.
how does that stack up with other universities?
It's actually lower, and from that perspective, I think it was a very strategic move for us to provide additional scholarships, as our students, most of our students are Pell eligible recipients. And again, Dr. Glover made it a point to provide the resources necessary for our students.
The reason I ask the question is given a Republican Senate and their inclination to attack the upswing in our admittance, I wanted to make sure that we were in line with other universities with regards to that, and it couldn't be used as a negative in their attack on us.
Trustee Johnson, we have now adjusted to the fact that there's no praise.
McKenzie.
Oh, that's McKenzie. Trustee McKenzie, I'm so sorry. There's no praise received for enrollment growth. You know, one time we went before a committee at the Capitol, and we were derided because enrollment was not growing at the level that they thought it should be growing, at which they thought it should be growing. And so now that it is growing, there's much criticism I won't say the D if you do and D if you don't. I just say it's a catch-22. Because if you don't have enrollment growth, there's compensation. If you do have enrollment growth, there's compensation. But so that we could put their minds at ease to the listening audience, that we provided scholarships to high achieving students who meet the requirements of TSU. We ensured that awards were made to students who were qualified for scholarships, who met the deadlines that we were imposed. Those that met the qualifications were awarded scholarships. And even if they were offered scholarships, they still had to complete the paperwork, the FAFSA, and all the other forms that are necessary in writing and submit those. So I just want to make sure we're real clear that we did not offer any scholarships to individuals who were not qualified to receive the scholarships. I mean, there were some conversations going on that's offensive, but we got through it. That we just gave scholarships. Anybody who applied just got a scholarship and got in. There's nothing further from the truth, and it's just insulting that we would be the bulk of that type of criticism. They said we advertised free scholarships. I'm well aware of other schools are advertising that come to school for free. Come up here, you go for free. We know what that means. It's a last dollar scholarship, and we're able to spread the scholarship dollars around, which is what we did. When we say full scholarship, it doesn't mean full that it's nothing else but that scholarship. In most of the cases, it means you're going to get a grant, you're going to receive some type of other financial aid, and then the last dollar scholarship is what you receive from Tennessee State University.
So part of the scholarships came from CARES Act?
That is correct.
And that money is coming back next year?
That's right. That's
So
non-recurring funds.
Can you talk about that?
Sure.
Or whatever it's appropriate.
No, that's fine. So the 6.4 million, again, those funds are available for this year to cover some of the scholarships. That is non-recurring funds. CARES funds go away after May of 2023. Okay. What that means for us, as I mentioned earlier, is that, as Dr. Glover had mentioned, $15 million for institutional aid, where we offered $28 million for this fiscal year. Next fiscal year, we will drop that number down, and we will use our partners to offset any other scholarships that may come through.
It still would be lower, 28 million.
Correct.
Mr. Allen,
So one person may have got a $10,000 scholarship. That person may get $8,000. So we're going to use the money and spread it. Maybe some reductions. We're going to make sure that we try to keep the same students with scholarships. The first year we're going to take away your second year, so you won't have any funds. But we're going to have to distribute it a little bit more strategically.
And I do want to point out that scholarships. Oh, I'm sorry. Sure. Were you done? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sean. Answer your
We're
question.
going to recognize Trustee Wimberly just as soon as you finish your comment.
No, I'm
okay?
sorry. Thank you.
I was gonna ask, is the CARES Act the reason why we're lowering the amount of scholarships for each student? Because I heard that they said that we're not getting the CARES Act funding for next year, but the amount, right?
So yes, no, CARES Act is a part of that. Okay, that was just to fund the scholarships, to assist in funding the scholarships this year. Okay, we're still running a business here, so our goal is to spread our resources to the same number of students. It would just be a little bit less, right? And please keep in mind, our scholarships are last dollar scholarships. Most of our students have other aid, such as Pell, lottery money, etc. Our dollars go on last. And I think that's been somewhat of the confusion with students. They think if they are offered a $10,000 scholarship, they have other aid, the difference they should get in cash from the university. So again, we're trying to encourage and educate the students on that process.
And Dr. Glover made a very good comment, whatever day it was, Tuesday. I had a call last evening, and it was a student, and said to me, "Why did you all say you gave 50 full-ride scholarships when I know you gave 900?" I said, "Excuse me?" But the problem was just what you just said. It was a misunderstanding of what it meant. Just because the student had grants, etc., that doesn't figure into the full-ride scholarships that we are supporting. That is what is not understood. And I just said to the individual, you have the wrong understanding, and I referred him to you. Okay?
If I may add to that, and I think that's extremely important. And when AVP Izzard, Dr. McDonald, Coach Eddie George, the other coaches, et cetera, are out on the road recruiting, okay, the letter specifically states that the institutional dollar is the last dollar owned, okay? And for whatever reason, people may interpret that in different ways, but we are communicating those things to the students. I think we just have to do a better job at bringing it forth.
And I think Dr. Glover also mentioned that we were going to make sure we communicated to the individual as far as it relates to housing. You're not guaranteed housing,
Agreed.
okay?
And I think Dean Stevenson does a great job with that and communicating that to the students. It's pretty clear in the communication that his office sent out as well.
So just to be clear, the last dollar in, for those listening, means we bring your cost to zero by using all the other money first. It doesn't mean that you get a profit at the end of the day, right? You don't make.
Well, in students'
yeah.
turn, it will be a refund.
Well,
We don't,
yeah.
right.
Excellent.
That's what they understand, the
Right.
refund.
Yeah.
And I hope that we can educate them early on,
Right.
and I know throughout the process as folks are on the road recruiting.
And we may be in our best interest to phrase it that we provide you with funding so that your total cost with all the other resources is zero, as opposed to a full ride scholarship.
That's right. And Kelly Sharp really has put together some language that
Right.
will work. I'm sorry.
No, that's exactly what I was gonna ask, because I wanted to make certain that was concretized for the community to be able to see it, because often the chatter is not so, well, it's certainly with students who, I think, kind of lose track of the narrative of what we're trying to do, but often the community needs to be able to point to a place where we can say, this is the actual policy, because we get questions in the community, so to know exactly where to point parents or cousins, say this is what the policy says, would be tremendously helpful. And that's being formulated, so that's encouraging.
We should have that, we're giving the end of the month, a lot of things that happen by November 3rd, just 30th, to just show, or is it December 1st, to show where we are with the communications, the written parts of what we're gonna change, so we can make it clearer, because clarity will win this battle for us.
And on Tuesday, Tuesday evening, you mentioned also that in the fall, the SAT, ACT score kicks back in as an entrance requirement. Is that correct?
Yes, I think during COVID, well, first, the houses shut down. They didn't even offer the exam. And then several schools just, didn't make it a requirement. But we followed suit. But in the fall, Ms. Izzard, you have started receiving applications for the fall, and we are still requiring it, right? We are requiring it back for this fall, the ACT. So that's just part of our requirements. We haven't let up on that one.
Thank you.
And Dr. Glover did a fantastic job of explaining some of these misunderstandings, I think, at the meeting. It's a matter of not understanding exactly what is intended. I know we've taken time here, but for those that are listening, I think that is very important that we went over these items and for us sitting around the table. Because yes, while we will point people in the right position to talk to individuals, it's also critical that we have a thorough understanding of how this works ourselves.
The President had mentioned in a cabinet meeting simplification and communication. And we want to make sure that the students and parents alike understand the process so that there's no confusion there. And when they don't understand or we're not communicating timely, then that's when the headaches seem to rise. Thank you. All right. One other item I want to share on page 59 of your all's packet. You'll see a unexpended plant fund transfer of $5.3 million. What that is, and on August the 11th, we went to the State Building Commission requesting approval for hotels. We have 5 hotels in this fall, and we will have 2 hotels this coming spring, which is a total of $7.3 million. What I shared with the SBC, and again sharing with you all, is that we would use plant funds. So our reserves include auxiliary reserves and plant fund, much like you would have in your account. You have a savings account and a checking account, but you still have X amount of dollars at the end of the day, right? So this I would call coming out of our checking account, all right? So 5.2 million of the 7.3 million is being transferred from the unexpended plant reserves to cover the hotel costs. That difference there on our legacy residence halls, we actually have a net gain. So that goes against the 5.2 million, and then the other 1.2 million to cover that is actually coming from our increase for tuition and fees revenue for our increase in enrollment. Okay. Any questions on that? All right. Thank you.
So hotel expenditure for 5 million, 5+ million.
The hotel expenditures were 7.3 million in total. That's for, yes, that's for the 5 hotels in the fall of this year and then the spring of 2 hotels, including the House of God.
How many?
I'm sorry?
How many beds does that cover, please? How many beds does that cover, please?
That covered, and Dean Stevens can correct me if I'm wrong, we have 907 students currently residing in the hotels. Dean, is that okay?
Okay. 907.
So speaking of hotels, I kind of want to clear up something that came out the other day. They were asking about the leases and who negotiated it and all that. I just kind of want to go on record and say I did sign the leases. Generally, I signed the contracts for the university. Legal will let me know that it's legally sufficient and they've gone through and it's okay to sign. We followed that same process. Student Affairs had to go out and look at, I think it was 18, 19, or 20 hotels, and they wanted the whole, we had to get the whole hotel. And the rates that we got were not bad rates, although somebody said it was a bad negotiating and all that. You know, Brent Duke did a great job, I thought, negotiating those. I mean, Frank Stevenson's name came out. Brent Duke reports to Frank Stevenson, so we always pick who department head is, and that's whose name we're in the record with. But actually, his director actually negotiated a contract because there were so many hotels, and I think we got the information. I think you did, Ms. Allen, from various other schools, and we were not out of line with them, especially. And I think we maybe $10 higher per night. Was it on average?
But we made it clear too, Madam President, that the Nashville area, they can set their rates to what they want to set their rates to. Okay. We're only behind, and Attorney Pendleton and I were having this conversation, only behind San Antonio, Texas, we're the second in line for the highest hotel rates per night. So I know there was a lot of heat behind the contract and the price, but Dean Stevens and his team and Mr. Dookie did a great job of negotiating those leases. They went to several different hotels, but you also have to keep in mind they had to look at how far they were from the campus, security, shuttle services, etc. So they did a fine job with that. So I'm not quite sure why it came out that way from the committee members. They have the right to ask what they want. But then to say we fully addressed and I think did a great job of negotiating the contract.
Especially including the services that were provided. They had to have a hot breakfast every morning. You know, there were so many services we required from them at the hotels. Wash and dryer service. It was just so much that we asked them to do. And I'm pretty sure you're going to cover that, Dean, when you get to you. But I just wanted to make sure that while we're in this meeting talking about the finances and what the leases cost, that when you add on the premium for Nashville prices, I know firsthand, I've tried to negotiate, bring big groups here. And one that the rates were so high at the hotel, and $3.99 a night was the lowest we could get. We wanted to bring 20,000 people here for a convention. And we got $3.99, so we ended up going to Opryland. And it was not the lowest, but it was lower than $3.99 per night. So.
We did pull some numbers, and like for the University of Tennessee, that's in Knoxville, they were about 10 to 12, $13 cheaper in Knoxville, with Nashville being the second most expensive hotel city in the country now.
In the nation.
Next to Boston, actually. And so you have to look at that from a trickle-down standpoint. One other item that I think someone had mentioned there, but I think it got lost, is that the leases were approved and had to be approved by the TSSBA and the SBC. That includes everything in them. And as part of that, you had other entities looking at them, including the Attorney General's office. So everything that was approved, they signed off on, and in fact, they made comments about, at the time, if I recall, about some of the rates, including House of God, how sweet of a deal we got with respect to that overall. And we've got to factor in House of God rates as well, which were very good. And in fact, I remember one person at SBC asking, "Well, how did you guys get that?" So I think all of that has to be taken into consideration.
Well, I think what we have to understand, you have to understand the platform, you have to understand the intent, you have to understand the program. To the individuals that negotiated the rates, and I'm going to speak directly to Dean Stevenson on this. When we mentioned that the other night at the meeting, we had no choice. Where if we made anything we should do differently when they were in here, we should have given them the direct answer then. They already knew the answer. Everything they asked us at that meeting, they knew the answer. So in no way, just so that everybody will understand, we support our team members. In no way were we not supporting that team member. But if you will notice, if you were in the meeting, it was constantly said, we were there and no one could tell us. And no one knew. Trust me. They knew, okay? So we would have done ourselves a tremendous disservice not to answer the question directly. So I just want to make sure everyone understands exactly how that worked. And the procedure was in line with board policy, and that this board grants to the president the authority to negotiate contracts for the institution. Can you realize the nightmare would be if they brought it to this board and all of us had to talk about negotiating a contract? It just wouldn't work, okay? And that was what was done. She delegated to someone to do the negotiations. She had the ultimate and last review and the signing of it. And as was said, it also was taken to the commission. I just want to make sure we were clear on that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you. I'm sorry.
we have gone off track here a little bit. I think it's time for us to bring the institutional revised budget to a close.
Okay. Thank you.
There's only one thing that I personally need to ask. Mr. Allen, do we still have money in the reserve account? That's the most important thing.
Yes, sir. We have $52.7 million.
Thank you, sir. I never did hear that number, and I appreciate you giving me that number.
I certify that number.
I
Thank you.
move for the Finance and Budget Committee to recommend to the full board for approval of the fiscal year 2023 institutional revised budget as contained in the board materials for November 17, 2022 board meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee McKenzie. Was that Johnson? I'm sorry about that. We should have discussion. Well, everybody's had their say. I want to have mine too. The subcommittee of the Tennessee State Senate did a great job in grilling the representatives of Tennessee State University. And I want to make sure that President Glover, Chairman Cole, and Mr. Allen know that I did listen to, look at, hear what was said and done. There are a few things I did not appreciate, but you all know what I would say on that subject. That being said, I'd like to say thank you, President Glover, Chairman Cole, and Mr. Allen, for being there to represent us, and for, I had a pastor one time, he used this word, the magnanimous job that you all did in representing Tennessee State University. Now, the question is on the motion to recommend to the full board the approval of the fiscal year 2023 institutional revised budget as contained in the board material. Secretary Pendleton, please call the roll.
Trustee Lewis.
Aye.
Trustee Andre Johnson.
Aye.
The motion is approved. The next item on the agenda is an update on the capital planning and facilities.
Point of order, Trustee Lewis, for purposes of dealing with time, if we could seek the approval first of the bank reconciliation policy and get that approval before we get to the
Not a
reports.
problem. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the update bank reconciliation policy. The materials related to this agenda item are included for your review in your board materials for November 17, 2022 board meeting. Madam President, will you all please give us a report?
Ms. Allen?
Trustee Lewis, Madam Chair, President. We're bringing forth today approval for the bank reconciliation policy. And this entails, in our current policy dated or for 5/8/17, the policy states that we will complete bank reconciliations within 60 days. If you recall, during the audit, our auditors made a recommendation that 30 days is kind of the standard. It is just a recommendation. We would like to proceed with that recommendation and moving from 30 days, from 60 days to 30 days. And one caveat to that is at year end, that it be 45 days at year end. So it's 30 days for the first 11 months of the fiscal year, followed by 45 days to close out the fiscal year. And that's what we are requesting approval for.
Thank you very much, sir. I move for the Finance and Budget Committee to recommend to the full board the approval of the bank reconciliation policy as contained in the board material for November 17th board meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Just one quick wording question. The current policy says it will be prepared and completed within. The new policy says normally not more than.
That is correct. For fiscal year 22-23, we have provided all bank reconciliations within 30 days. That's why it's stated there that anything could come up. But at the end of the day, that is our goal, to have the reconciliations performed within 30 days and reviewed within 30 days, except for year end.
Okay, but you understand my point.
Sure.
There is a difference between completed with a specific time frame and normally with.
Yep. So it is our goal to be completed within 30 days.
My question is that enough teeth? Okay.
Let me give you an example. There are times when bank statements may come in late, okay? I've seen it happen throughout my career, more than once, more than twice. So until that information is available, is at that point that we can continue to start the reconciliation. So that is one key example that we'll give. It wouldn't be for the fact that our staff are behind. It would be some outside factor that would cause it not to be within 30 days.
Well, let me play devil's advocate then. So in the current policy, it has to be done within 60 days or I violate policy, okay? In the new policy, proposed policy, I don't make my 30 days. I don't make my 60 days. I don't make my 90 days. I don't make my 180 days.
Well, that's not gonna happen.
Well,
I can tell you that now. But I understand your point
I'm reflecting
from,
on Tuesday night's conversation.
I think that's a point there, VP Allen.
And I agree.
so what we can do is modify the language to include that within 30 days, yes.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Given any unforeseen outside
Well,
circumstances.
I think you put that in there,
Okay,
and that's where
all
you go with the fact that if something comes up to that extent, that you have to get the exception in writing, I think.
Exactly.
That is
But I
correct.
do agree with him, I think you have to be, I have a definite point in there, a definite time period.
Yeah, let's not
Yeah.
poke the bear.
The other point I want to ask you, and I've just been given,
Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I just gave you-
okay, moving right along here. VP Allen.
Yes, ma'am.
I have copies of bank reconciliations here. And I want, as I see it, and you correct me if I'm wrong, they have been reconciled through September 2022.
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
And also, as I look at it, and I'm just glancing real quickly, July, we had unreconciled items of $100. August, we had 223. September, we had 1,000. Very few.
Yes,
So this means that we are living up to our policy. We are getting this done. Am I correct?
that is correct, yes.
Okay, next time, don't give me none if you don't want me to ask questions.
May I also ask the question, Mr. Allen,
Yes, sir.
do you all get your bank statements through snail mail or the internet?
Well, honestly enough, some of those still come through the mail. Yes, and we're working with our financial institution. And I use that as an example. There have been times where they could be late. Even if you receive an electronic version of that bank statement, that could come after the period in which we have to start for that reconciliation. We normally have those done within 15 days of the end of the previous month, 15 days in the subsequent month.
I never heard you be short on an answer. But if you know the bank statement is going to be ready on the 30th, that means somebody in the department on the 1st needs to go to the computer, pull off the bank statement.
And sir, so we have, again, two institutions, and we also have to account for our Raymond James account that goes into that. With that being said, as soon as those bank statements are ready, I have an excellent staff member that devotes 100% of her time clearly on bank reconciliations, and she's done an excellent job getting us where we are today.
Does she have a backup?
She does have a backup, and we have desk procedures in the event that she's out.
All right, thank you,
Yes, sir. You got it.
Yeah, we need to make a motion on the amendment, so we need to
Right.
describe what that amendment is.
Sure.
Approve the amendment, and then we go forward with it as amended. So what is the motion, what is the amendment?
Yes.
So my amendment,
Well, you would, as a committee member, you're gonna need to make the
I can't
motion,
make the
or
motion.
or trustee Johnson.
Right.
But you can describe
Okay.
with, Mr. Allen's assistant.
If he'll describe it, I'll make the motion.
okay, that'll work.
Hmm.
Did the second sentence, the reconciliation should be performed timely in not more, and be prepared and completed within 30 days after the month's end.
So moved for the amendment.
Right.
Any problems?
No, so we have a motion on the amendment, and, is there a second?
He just seconded it.
Okay. Then let's, then you,
Can
Cole,
we move forward?
Well, you call a roll, so.
Call
we
the
can-
roll.
So the
Attorney,
motion
if
is,
you will.
the motion is on the amendment language. Okay? So, call and roll. Trustee Lewis.
Aye.
Trustee Andre Johnson.
Aye.
So the amendment is approved, and then we go forward with approving the policy as amended.
Thank you. We've already, called the roll. Do we call the roll again on the?
Yes.
Call
May
the
I?
roll, Secretary Pendleton.
Trustee Lewis, may I want to be
Yes.
clear that we refer to the exception that's in the current policy, okay? I think that's
Is it
very.
written?
Friendly amendment,
Yes.
correction.
All right, if it's written, that's it.
Okay, so let's go ahead, let's just move that back. So we're going to, let's vote again on the motion to amend as stated through the discussions, as stated, then the motion to amend. Or who, you want to second it?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you moved it. Second, Trustee Johnson?
Second.
Okay, let me call the roll. Trustee Lewis?
Aye.
Trustee Johnson?
Aye.
So the amendment is approved, and now we're going to go to the approval of the policy as amended.
All right, so move for the entire policy.
Is there a second?
Second.
Call roll.
Call the roll, Secretary Pendleton, please.
Trustee Lewis.
Aye.
Trustee Johnson.
Aye.
Thank you, sir. The motion is approved, and do we need to skip to anything else, or do we go back?
We can go back to capital planning facilities update.
Thank you very kindly. As we move forward, the next item on the agenda is an update on capital planning and facilities. Information regarding this Finance and Budget Committee agenda is included in your board material for November 17, 2022 board meeting. President Glover, please provide us further information related to this agenda item. This is an informational discussion item. No vote is required.
Thank you. Continue, Ms. Allen.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. Trustee Lewis, Madam Chair. Before you in your packets, and I believe it starts on page 73, just the facilities, capital planning facilities update. There are several projects right now that are currently taking place on campus. I won't go through all of those. I just want to hit the highlights on a few things that I think are critically important. That being our new residence hall. The Tennessee Board of Regents is really assisting us in fast tracking to get a new residence hall. What we had brought forward was 2 500-bed residence halls, a total of 1,000. The question became, how did we come up with 1,000? Well, that was based on a record enrollment year with approximately 1,000 students off campus. So we felt that that was a strong number. And you also have to consider the cost as it relates to 1,000 beds. We can't price our students out of additional complex. So that's what our budget and bond authority will allow us to do. Well, we're hoping that that meets. It was originally on the November SBC agenda. It was pulled off, and it looks to be now it will be on the December SBC agenda. So that's what we're hoping that we move forward with. As far as the $250 million that was in the governor's budget that was owed to the university, we are working with JLL as consultants to assist us with the deferred maintenance projects that we have here on campus to better manage those projects and move things along. So right now, we've had conversations with them, and we're looking to move forward, and we'll have other information for the board as we come closer to the close of those negotiations there.
If I can ask one clarification.
You may.
About that. Am I correct in that the $250 million allocation will not be released to us until that decision is made, and that I'm calling it an oversight group, but you're calling it a management group? Is confirmed? Is that correct?
So the $250 million, that's not entirely correct.
Okay.
That the comment you're making is in reference to the new food science building.
Okay.
Okay, so and that is a $32 million project in addition to the $250 million. So there are still some red tape that we need to cut through in order to receive those funds. However, the funds were granted, but I want to note those are not for operational purposes.
Correct.
This is for deferred maintenance and capital projects that had we had the funds, we wouldn't have these conversations today, but this is where we are.
Right.
Okay. The $250 million, we still have to go through the same process through TBR, through the TSSBA, through the State Building Commission to bring projects forward for them to approve. So the process is no different. It's not that we can just make a call down there today and transfer the money to our account to assist in the projects. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Jack, that's the question, please.
Yeah, Trustee
Does the
McKenzie?
relationship with the consultant / real estate consultant advisor regards to what happens going forward, does that supersede anything that the Committee on Student Housing is working on?
It would have to be a part of, it would probably be a part of it as well. We are in conversations with JLL. We've not signed an agreement with them. We're still working through the nuances of that agreement. So there's a lot involved in it, so we're still talking through some of the details of it. So that's where we are with it. And I believe it's gonna come up with housing too, because I mean, it's not that we're gonna buy any new house, get a new project from this $250 million, because it wasn't for housing. But I can see as we look at the whole master plan, and the academic as well as the campus master plan, it would have to be conversations about in one package.
Is that the end of their report?
Did you have
No,
questions?
we have some visitors.
That captured my question.
So as part of, are you done with your aspect of?
Unless there's any other questions, I think we're good.
Okay, so we have as part of this, then, we have some guests here today. I don't know, Dr. Glover, you want to introduce or have me here today to talk a little bit about plans with respect to, a lot of folks have heard about the prospect of Major League Baseball team coming to Nashville, and the relationship and the possibility of that affiliation in some way with TSU. So we have with us today some gentlemen who have been working with respect to that, not only in Major League Baseball Park, but being potentially involved related to other development along the Cumberland. And so we have asked, and we've worked with Trustee Lewis as well, we've asked them to come today to talk a little bit about where we are at with respect to the baseball team, and then the first aspect of what we're dealing with now, and that is evaluation of the site to determine whether or not the site is actually even suitable for development, including what could be a baseball park, but also development that is more beneficial to Tennessee State University. So wanted to introduce Mr. Dave Stewart, who's here, and Mr. Ed Henley. And I believe they're also here with Eddie Hamilton and John Lohr. But Mr. Henley and Mr. Stewart will be speaking.
Let me make sure that I have a clear picture regarding this presentation. Is there a time limit?
Yes, we're going to give them approximately 10 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
I'll be as quick as I can.
Take your time.
Hi, my name is Dave Stewart. I am leading the minority diverse ownership group for the Nashville Stars baseball team. My background, 16-year Major League career. I worked 9 years as an executive in Major League Baseball. And now my mission is to bring Major League Baseball to Nashville. Nashville will be a Major League city. It's everything that Major League Baseball wants for a Major League city. We know about the movement and the corporations and businesses that are coming here. But what makes North Nashville, TSU, attractive is when I started playing the game in 1975, the number of black players, American-born black players in the game was 20%. Today, that number is down to 6%. And so it's been an initiative of Major League Baseball to get our kids back into the game for many years. And we've not quite figured out how we get that process done. And so part of that process, one, as we all know, is that when you look at the NBA, you look at the NFL, you look at processes similar to that, it's always been attractive to me to believe that I can play a sport if I can see myself on the field. And those are the cases with football and basketball. And so Major League Baseball's intent is to do the same, to try to get our kids back in the field, to try to get more blacks in the game. And so 75 years after Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier, there has not been black ownership in baseball or diverse ownership in baseball. And so that is what we're planning to do. Now, how does that process happen? We have two teams right now that are standing in the way of expansion baseball, and those two teams are the Oakland A's and the Tampa Rays. Once those teams have their facilities, new facilities, because they're both existing teams, then expansion will move forward. What is that time frame? We're looking at conservatively 4 years before expansion comes to Nashville. Nashville, through Major League Baseball, and I've had many conversations with the commissioner and owners in baseball, as I said, this is an area that Major League Baseball would covet because of the ability to market the game. Major League Baseball is about marketing and picking the best markets for its team. And this is a prime location for Major League Baseball. As I said, the name of the team is the Nashville Stars. The Nashville Stars were a Negro League team that played here in Nashville. It will be another first to bring a Negro League name, a Negro League team name to Major League Baseball. And so what we represent are two historic events, which is black ownership and having a name of a Negro League team applied to Major League Baseball. Will there be relocation from another team to Nashville? That is not our belief. Florida, for the Rays, is a great market, and Major League Baseball, as I said, wants to conquer and keep all of their markets. Oakland will probably relocate, and they may not, but their relocation, because of alignment of baseball, there's going to be a two-team expansion. So we're going to have an Eastern team. We're going to have a Western team. Oakland is on the rest. If there's a relocation of the A's, it will probably be to Las Vegas. And so that's my portion of it. Ed can talk about the rest of it. But, I've been in the game now for 47 years. I share a relationship with the Commissioner, Rob Manfred, over 30 years in the game of baseball. And I've not known him to be someone to not say as he thinks. And the one message that is very clear is that Major League Baseball is ready for black ownership, diverse ownership, and Major League Baseball will come to Nashville because this is an area that deserves a Major League Baseball franchise. Thank you.
the gentleman would come back for a moment.
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes.
Mr. Stewart,
Yes.
I want to congratulate you on your 47 years and everything that you have done in line with Major League Baseball and involving the black community.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If I can also say, I have your baseball card from the Oakland A's, and I wish I would have brought it today.
Well, hopefully we get an opportunity to see you again soon. Thank you.
Bert Leaves, quick question.
Yes.
Wow. Question is, one of the things that I've been concerned about is whether or not if Tennessee State housed the stadium and housed the baseball team, whether or not there'd be opportunity for Tennessee State to participate in the media rights from the revenue that is that would be available there in such a project. Given that most of these leagues are really media companies in disguise, and that's where the big money is, I wonder whether we have an opportunity to participate.
Yep. So I'll Edward Henley. I'll give a full introduction of myself later. In having previous experience with Sports Authority and working with some of the teams, a lot of those things are negotiable. Largely, those deals and the benefits and revenues of those deals, particularly with as it relates to the facilities, flow through the operators. And then there are specific deals made with the operators of that facility. And so you typically are able to benefit from that revenue, but it's not a direct relational deal with Major League Baseball in this case. It's usually with the operator who absorbs some of those, a portion of those revenues, and then distributes them with their other partners.
Excuse me, sir. Would you, if I did one question, please explain to me in a different format.
Yeah.
I want to know, one, what's TSU's role? Two, how does that add to our bottom line of unexpended platform funds?
Well, I think most simply put, what we're here to talk about today is to give a great overview of TSU's role, but specifically TSU being the home of the facility. I think adding to the bottom line is you get to capture the energy, the economic development component, which I'll speak about in my remarks. But even in direct relationship to the deal, I think what you would experience is some form of payment or shared revenue based on the ownership structure and the agreements that will be put in place. So you'll have direct benefits that will be outlined in an agreement, and then you'll also have the opportunity to capture economic development, prosperity based on the amount of energy, traffic, tourism that would come to the area.
And I would just add, keep in mind that today his focus is going to be also about the site evaluation. As we move forward, we would still need to go through the normal process through the SBC, the TSSBA, those authorities, and also the RFP process where folks are competing with respect to making presentations to TSU that we get to establish what it is that we're looking for in this type of transaction and this type of real estate development, so that we get to control that process moving forward and working through the normal requirements of the state through the SBC and the TSSBA.
Okay, but Attorney Combs, I'm going to request that before there is a final decision made on anything, that it comes back to this board.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, okay.
Of course.
I mean, be specific.
This is
Okay.
super preliminary.
Want to go on record? Okay.
I only raise the issue so that we keep focused on the money, because those that would insert themselves in the process, I assure you, are already thinking about the money and where it goes. And often we diverse peoples don't really focus on the dollars and where it's coming. And so in any conversation, I would urge us to always keep an eye on the cash flow and the money back to the institution for monetizing property that we control.
Are you complete with your presentation?
I'm ready to begin if you'll have me. Yeah, I'm ready to begin. I have a couple
Remember
of
your
remarks.
time frame.
Yes,
Please go
sir.
ahead.
I do understand. So I will be brief. I'll skip through some of the niceties, but I am honored to be before you all today. My name is Edward Henley. I'm the principal of Pillars Development. My firm has been in Nashville for 10 years, and we primarily do projects like these, where we work with property owners, whether they be municipalities, institutions, or private entities, to assess sites. And that, to Attorney Pendleton's point, that is why we're here, and to stay in that lane, I'll be doing so. I'll shuffle my remarks a little bit because I do want to be clear. I'm going to talk about an assessment on a site that has been identified by Music City Baseball as what we feel would be ideal. But there are some areas of assessment that need to take place. The site that we are looking at is a part of TSU's campus. It is bordered by the Cumberland River and Ed Temple Boulevard. And by bordering the river and being in that location, it does come with some environmental and unique challenges. As you all are probably well aware of, that a large portion of that site does sit in a floodway, in a floodplain. An assessment that we are proposing would essentially begin by studying the environmental impacts of development in that area, ways to not only mitigate flooding of that site in particular, but again provide an additional benefit to TSU in terms of ways that engineering solutions could mitigate flooding that would impact the university and its function in the future. Talking about cost, what we are proposing would be entirely covered by Music City Baseball. There would be no expenses that would come before TSU as a result of that assessment, but the findings and reports of that assessment would be shared with the university. We are aware that there have been a lot of studies and some reports that have been done of that area. What we need to do is a little bit more extensive than what we were able to find based on archives, but do want to acknowledge TSU's cooperation in providing those things. They have been helpful in some of our initial conversations. And I just want to express our level of commitment and urgency. I've been engaged with Music City Baseball since earlier this year, since the end of Q1. And then during that time, we've also sought other partnerships to really take the next steps in this endeavor. We've identified barge design solutions. Many of you may be familiar with them, but if not, they are an engineering and design firm located here in Nashville. I personally have had the experience of working with them on the Riverfront Park project, and so I'm just here to communicate with you some confidence that myself as well as that firm do have an extensive amount of experience working along the riverbanks, particularly here in Nashville, and working with not only the local authorities but also the state and the federal authorities that are required to take on this endeavor. That being said, they do have a lot of expertise and knowledge along the riverbanks, and I've had the pleasure of also working with them as a consultant of theirs. And so not only are they very well skilled in the technical aspects, but they also understand the initiative and the goals of Music City Baseball to engage with this community as well as collaborate with local and black-owned firms. And so I just wanted to make sure that that was stated here today. I'm not aware of how much time I have. I don't see a clock running, but I think I'm getting close to that limit. Yeah, I want to be respectful. Thank you very much.
Also, I just wanted to acknowledge Mr. Alberto Gonzalez, who's here. He heads up the Music City Baseball Group, current dean of Belmont Law School and former U.S. Attorney General.
Yeah, I wouldn't know him. He was on TV. All right, sir. Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, I wanted to, and Madam President and Attorney Pendleton, I just want to make one observation. I think what these gentlemen are doing, they are trying to do an assessment on the site at no cost to us. And I want to encourage the administration to allow them to do this. This is about the future for Tennessee State and Nashville. It's not about what's happening today or within 6 months. It's a site evaluation. And it's my understanding that you have documents that you could give them, that you could sign and give them approval to do the site evaluation. This is not all about baseball. A whole lot can come as a result of this. You have to put on your future hat, all right? And I've been fortunate. Am I right about that,
Yes,
Dr. Cole? So therefore, I would encourage you to let's move forward. It's not about the date. It's about what's going to happen. This has happened, by the way. Anybody in the engineering department here right now would know that something of this nature happened once before when Walt Vincent was head of the engineering department here at Tennessee State. That's why institutional knowledge, Dean Merrill, Dr. Merrill, is important. You have to be able to go back and remember what happened when and what we didn't do that we should have done. And we wouldn't have to be going through all of this today. So thank you for allowing me to say my part. Any questions from anybody else regarding this?
Are you entertaining a motion for
I
permission
would.
to proceed?
I would.
Permission to pursue what?
Oh, we're talking about this.
How do we give
Pursue
them-
the site
how do we-
evaluation.
How do we give permission for them to proceed with their site evaluation?
We can pass it by the board and ask the administration to adhere.
Yeah, and we're ready. In fact, the president's ready to proceed and sign anyway.
So
we were
therefore,
waiting for the
no
board to-
motion is really needed.
No.
Well, let's move on, please.
Well, in
I just wanted to speak and say that I think we can all agree that we are in the midst of a black renaissance. And I don't see that renaissance running out anytime short. So like Trustee Lewis was saying, I feel like this would time for us to put our future hats on to see what opportunity that we have in front of us. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you, Trustee Sean. We appreciate you and your comments. And thank you, Madam President, for saying you all are ready to sign. Thank you, Attorney Pendleton. And I'd like to hear your comment, please, sir.
So if we're going to put our future hats on, then I think the board needs to decide what it wants TSU to be, right? And so this is not an anti-baseball question or statement, but it's really the board's responsibility to say, we want TSU to be X. We want it to educate a certain number of students at a certain number of at a certain date, to have the capacity to do all that. And what does that look like? So we need to cast our own vision for what we want this university to be. We're already talking about becoming an R1 research center that would propel us to heights that we're not yet have achieved. Where our research would be known worldwide, our students would be known worldwide, our teaching would be known worldwide, all of that. So what does that really look like? Could include baseball, could include soccer,
Right.
it could include a number of things.
Right.
But until we say, as a board, what we want this university to be, then any idea sounds good.
Thank you, Trustee Pinnock. And I'm sure our president has already cast a vision and can reconsider an amendment to the vision that she's already cast, she and her team, and we will bring that to this board so that we can say we agree. Am I right about that? Yes, Chairman?
We should consider that in our master plan.
That's what I'm speaking of.
Yeah, and then my last comment is I think we should be specific that the board is giving the authority to the president to handle the signing of this, or the president or her designee, Dr. Johnson, to handle the signing of the permission for them to do the site evaluation.
Madam President?
Yes, we're doing the comprehensive master plan for the university, and it is a part with Dr. Johnson spearheads that, Dr. Curtis Johnson. So it is going to be a part of our, it's in there now, but it's going to be part of our master plan. But we can, we can sign parts of the plan as we go along. We'll have to wait to the end to sign. So we're close. We're not quite there yet, but we're close.
I don't really know what that means, but I'll take your word for it. Okay. We did stop short of a resolution from this board about signing the agreement for the site plan only.
Right, right.
That does not cost the university any money.
We're okay with the site plan.
Yeah, we're
okay
ready.
with
In
site
fact,
plan.
we were ready to proceed a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Out of deference to the board,
Yeah, we wouldn't do it
we
before we
wanted
got
the
here.
board to be able to hear this presentation before signing it, but the president was ready to sign it
Yeah.
then. So we're ready to go.
Well, Attorney Pendleton, I think that's great, but I think Dr. Lewis's comment about a resolution from this board granting the authority to do the site evaluation is critical and is needed. And we appreciate the deference you gave to us. before
Dr.
going
Johnson,
forward.
would you please move? We've got a second
Totally
before the
second that
motion.
with what
Hold on.
Lewis is saying.
All right.
Totally.
Dr.
Sign
Johnson, would you
sign
go with your motion now?
For you to sign the
So
thing.
my motion is to, no, not to force you to sign, to
Site plan.
give permission to the president to proceed with the conduct of a site plan for the riverfront area.
And the second is by whom?
I think
Well, we need to remember, we're in the context of the Finance and Budget Committee, so that has to occur through Trustee Lewis and Trustee Andre Johnson. So it would be Trustee Lewis making a motion, being seconded, and then approved. Is Trustee Johnson still? Are you still available, Trustee Andre Johnson?
I am.
Okay.
Can we, if I make this motion?
I think that the emotion needs to be related to a site evaluation, not a site plan.
Yes,
That's correct.
Significant difference, so.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, sir. That is the motion that I made. Is there a second?
Trustee Johnson?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Second.
President, correct. Attorney Pendleton, please call the roll.
Trustee Lewis?
Aye.
Trustee Andre Johnson?
Aye.
All right. The motion for authorization for the president to proceed with the site
Thank you.
evaluation.
Thank you very much. We appreciate this, and I'd like to thank our visitors for being with us and for the presentation that was made. Could we get the name of our visitors for our records? Somebody will come and introduce yourself one more time, so as and we'll move forward, please.
I'm Dave Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
Edward Henley.
Thank you, Mr. Henley.
Dr. Eddie Hamilton.
Thank you, Dr. Hamilton.
Alberto Gonzalez.
Thank you, Alberto Gonzalez.
John Lohr.
Thank you, John Moore.
Lohr, L-O-A-R.
L-O-A-R.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will include your names on our records, and we'll move forward. Thank you. You can be dismissed. Thank you so very much. All right, now, board members, committee members, if we can move forward, it's almost lunchtime. I think we are ready for the Housing Special Committee, even though we've covered so much of that already. The next item on the agenda is a report from the Housing Special Committee, which met on November 7th, 2022. Information regarding this Finance and Budget Committee agenda item is included in our board materials for the November 17th board meeting. President Glover, please, not Attorney Glover, President Glover, please provide pertinent information related to this agenda item. This is informational item discussion. No vote is required, but we've already discussed, I think, an awful lot.
Just a little bit more. So Dean Stevenson, is that right up here? Okay, Dean Stevenson, thank you.
Thank you, Madam President and Chair. The Chair of the Board appointed a special committee to meet and discuss housing short-term and long-term and to evaluate opportunities and options as we move forward. We had our first meeting to look at what our housing plan was for the spring, for the fall, for short term, and moving forward. Somewhat of the long-term component is what VP Allen mentioned was bringing 1,000 beds online and also other opportunities for some renovation and some replacement of our traditional dorms in the long-term future. In the short-term future, as mentioned by President in the presentation yesterday, we do have a huge demand for student housing, and the cost of living in Nashville continues to push that forward. And so we'll manage that in the spring and in the fall. We anticipate that we'll be able to provide housing with the loss of those three hotels this spring through attrition and graduation rates. When we looked at a 5-year average of those number of students that don't return from fall to spring, and that's, of course, nationwide, when we looked at that, that number was typically around 15%. We're doing our plans at 11%. So we are significantly below what to just give some room, And so we anticipate without those three hotels, we'll still be able to house those students that will be moving from those three hotels, La Quinta, Ramada, and Candlewood, back into our regular campus dorms for the spring. In the fall, and we talked again about the supply side of housing, which means that we have a certain number, and that number right now is 3,682 beds on campus. 3,680 beds that are on campus. We have some other housing, including the House of God, which we have already been approved by the State Building Commission and the State Bonding Authority for a 3-year lease. So we're in the first year of that 3-year lease with the House of God, which gives us another 150 beds. We have a presentation going before the State Building Commission for Jefferson Flats, which will give us about 60 more beds, 64 more beds that'll come online this spring, and we're looking for favorable approval for that in the State Building Commission in December. We had our meeting with the staff, and we answered their questions, and we feel good about that as well. We have a plan to create opportunities for students who may not be able to stay through TSU housing with other community vendors, and a process of vetting those so the students will have some other options. So we will have a certain number of beds in the fall, and that once we hit that number, we expect we'll hit it early. We want to make sure we give students other options and opportunities in terms of what housing can look like for them. So, the suggestion that there's no short-term or long-term housing plan was just inadequate. It wasn't true. And when we were, particularly when I was asked about it in my interview, I shared these numbers, and I shared our expectation. I shared our plan. I talked about how we're moving our housing application deadline. We've already changed that. How we're closing the wait list much earlier. We shared that in that meeting. So I was a little surprised that that conversation, came up as a question the way it did, because we do have a plan, and the plan is that we have some beds we know right now. We have some beds that we want to bring online in the short term, and some beds we want to bring online in the long term. We're negotiating and talking through deals right now as we speak. We've got some stuff that we're hoping that will materialize, such as the Jefferson Flats and other properties, and that the housing committee heard about. And so we anticipate that we will be able to increase our supply even in the short term before we get the 1,000 beds that we expect to come in the long term. But it does mean that we do have to be very intentional in managing and make sure we are communicating to students. So we got to do both. We have to manage how many students need housing, and we have to communicate what our housing inventory is. We have to be very transparent in that, and we intend to do that. So that's kind of where we are with the housing report. Do we like housing students in hotels? That's the most expensive way to house students. It is expensive. It's a stopgap. It was never intended to be our new normal. It simply allowed us to continue to not interrupt the students' education in this very short period of time. And so there are a lot of ways to house students. You know, it just takes a little time where the institution can actually make money. Students pay for their housing for the most part, you know, so they pay for housing. And most institutions, auxiliary housing makes money. And it does it for a long period of time. But in the market that we're in here in Nashville, it is very challenging, and we have to think outside the box. We have to be very creative. It is almost insulting to compare us to Knoxville and Memphis and Clarksville and Martin and you know, some of those other places where you can still get a one bedroom for $700 or $650, you know, in those country areas. That's not what we're dealing with here in Nashville. And our students do not have affordable housing. It's a Nashville issue. It's a TSU issue. It's a state issue. But it's something that we're wrapping our arms around and we're not running away from, and we're going to tackle it, and we're putting some things in place to make sure we take care of every one of our students. I do apologize to our students because we recognize that that living in the hotel space when you didn't expect to can be frustrating, and it did create some anxiety. We own that. We have to own it. It did create some anxiety, and as much wraparound services as we tried to provide, and as much as we tried to make it feel like a campus experience, the truth of the matter, for some of them, it just was a disconnect in some spaces, and we own that, and we're going to navigate that space moving forward. But I anticipate, as the president said, that we will still need some hotels. We won't need 11. We won't need 7. I don't think we'll need 5. I think our real number is just a couple of hotels, that we could utilize to serve about 450 students for another year, and I think that'll help us get there. So that's my report on the housing.
I want to add a couple things to it. It's very covered. I do want to say that students may not have, those who were listening Tuesday afternoon, we want to make sure we made a comment that housing was not guaranteed. What we meant by that is, at the time you apply to come to TSU, we're educated now. We get more communication. You have to also apply for housing. We don't always. No one really made that as clear as they needed to. That you apply for housing. There's 2 separate application processes to apply for housing, so you can be housed at TSU. So we're going to do a much better job of saying that you're not really guaranteed housing, but I can tell you, every student who's here this fall and whose housing is housed this fall will be housed this spring. So there'll be no worrying from the parents and the community about that. If you're in housing now, you'll be in housing the second semester. You're not going to lose your housing for the second semester. And then we just want to make sure that we understand that we say you have a right to an education, and so you can come to college. So we're trying to help you get housing. Last year, I think it was 82% of our students who requested housing got housing. And everybody who applied on time, who applied by deadline, did get housing. It was those from the wait list that we're not able to accommodate everybody. But by the time we got back and found some housing, I think everybody had found other places to live. But we're working harder on that one, working smarter on that, and we put some procedures in place that will help students get housing. We want to make sure that students know they're not out there alone, that we're working. So one person did ask me, if you had to do over, what would you do differently? And what did you do wrong in this thing? I said, well, we did wrong as compared to other schools. I think we cared too much for the students and to make sure they were not left alone. Because when he said to me, they can go back home, they can just lay out a semester. That's not our mission, to say lay out a semester, because that means you may not come back. Because the literature shows if our students, when they lay out for a semester, they get jobs, they start taking on responsibilities, they help their families. So sometimes they don't return, many times they don't return. So that wasn't our goal. But we're going to be more intentional up front to let students know that we're going to do all we can to make sure you do get housing. Okay.
And again, when you look nationwide at housing on college campuses, if you're housing 42% of your undergraduate enrollment, you're doing really good. Tennessee State University, we're housing close to 80% of our undergraduate enrollment. So we're very high. It's very different. And we're very proud of the fact that we're trying to do everything we can in this short period of time until we get some more buildings built.
Thank you, Dean Stevenson, and thank you, Dr. Glover. Question?
I would just like to make a comment, Dean Stevenson. Those are excellent numbers, given a market like Nashville that's only behind a city in New York. So that just shows the dedication that you and your team have, that the president has instilled in us to make sure our students are here to be educated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Trustee, if I may.
Go right ahead, sir.
Let me also thank Chair Cole for creating a subcommittee of the board to focus on housing. And that committee, aside from myself, includes Trustee McKenzie and Trustee Johnson, Trustee Andre Johnson. Trustee McKenzie has been asked to focus on supply. Trustee Johnson has been asked to work with staff and focus on the demand side of the ledger, if you will, because it's a complex question to try to answer, but it is a dance between balancing what the demand is and what the supply might be. And it's also not just a question of supply, but it's a question of affordable supply, because the more students have to borrow to pay for housing, the more debt they incur, and the more the more it costs them in the long run to obtain their education. So it is there is a need to look at it from a holistic point of view. We have some buildings in our stock that really need to be retired, but we can't retire them until we get some new buildings and some new places to place students. So it's a broad-based question that we're wrestling with. But anyway, I wanted to just thank Chair Cole for at least creating that committee within this body to do that.
Thank you for your suggestion. Thank you for chairing it.
You're welcome.
From that committee, I have to make sure that I've got clarity because of the numbers and the cost of putting a bed in place. I think we said that we're spending $7.5 million for 5 hotels, and that houses 900 students. Is that correct?
907 to be exact.
907. Well, I'm trying to, and that's like $8,333 per student, assuming that, and that is about, close to $700 a month. How does that compare with the cost of living if, in fact, our students didn't have the hotel privilege?
And this is Doug Allen. Please keep in mind that would be for 2 semesters. 7.2 is for both semesters. Yes, that is correct. 7.2 million total.
Okay. All right.
Any additional discussion regarding this? Any other comments?
Well, yeah, so I don't know if we answered this question. At $700 $700 a bed, figuring 2 people or 3 people living in an apartment, right? So that's $1,400 a month to $1,200 a month. Is that what you were getting at, Obi?
That's correct. So I'm basically backing into the cost of construction and what it will yield in terms of a cost of capital for a bank that comes in to provide the debt financing for such a structure, and whether or not it would require additional equity, and then whether or not where the Community Reinvestment Act comes in place. So I'm trying to establish where we are with the numbers now and then back into an opportunity that's cheaper than what we're paying for the 5 hotels.
So I think I can answer that.
Trustee McKenzie, I think it's important to realize or to put into that calculation that is not a true housing cost. That includes security, transportation, food, other things. Is that correct, or is that the true housing cost in that 7.5 number?
The 7.3 includes security, food service, and shuttle services.
Wow.
So here's a better way to think of it, because the hotel model is by far the most expensive. If you take what our students normally pay per bed in apartment style living, which would be anywhere from $3,200 to $4,500, That's closer per semester, so that's really closer to your numbers. So the apartment living is going to be some 3,200 to 4,500 per semester. So you can do that times two, is what students are paying per bed per year. So that cost is much more expensive than a hotel. So that 7.2 covers 5 hotels, but it only covers 3 hotels for half the year, and the other 2 for the entire year.
And it's 9 months, it's not 12 months.
That's correct.
Just to be clear.
That's correct.
I want to make a comment. I'm gonna step aside from the numbers just really fast. Because you mentioned something, Madam President, about how we cared too much for the students and of that nature, and.
Well, I don't think I said we cared too much for them, did I?
No, Madam President.
Oh.
Yeah. No,
Oh.
how we cared for our student body.
Oh, but
One, I want to say that I appreciate that there were students that I spoke to in the summer who did not have housing, and you all were able to get them housing. And now I'm glad to see them here on campus and see their face. But I wanted to speak to the communication piece, right? Because if we're going to continue to care for our students as we do, they have to know what we're doing and how we're doing it and get that understanding. So my question is, some students now, they don't know if they're getting housed, and I've explained to them that they are going to get housed. And then their next question is, well, where will I be housed? So do we know when and where, or like the timeline?
Yeah, so we sent the students in the 3 hotels that we're no longer keeping in the spring, we sent them 2 letters. The first letter was letting them know that they will be moving back to campus in the spring. The second letter was to let them know if they needed assistance in storing their facility, their stuff, that we would cover that cost for them, that they would have someone come and pick it up and move it, and we would store it over the holiday until we got them back into the campus. And so those messages did go out, and I'd be happy to share and talk to any students that still have those concerns.
Yeah, I just wanted to because our communication is where we were really trying to really focus
Absolutely,
on. I just wanted
yeah.
to make sure that we are definitely doing that. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
One more point I'd like us to keep in mind as we look at housing, not just for students, but also for postdocs and for doctoral students and potentially even new faculty members as we build out our plans for housing not just students, but some of our staff and employees too, possibly.
So Trustee Johnson, I'm glad you brought that up. That's one of the pitches that we made to the State Building Commission.
Right.
And so Jefferson Flats will revert to graduate and non-traditional student housing in the fall. So we do have students that are classified as homeless. We have students who have children. We have students. So we have lots of populations of students that we need to be able to provide a different housing for, and we'll be able to do that beginning this fall of 23.
I don't recognize the name Jefferson Flats, but Jefferson Flats.
You need to be from Nashville, you would.
California, so Jefferson's got a whole different deal. So is Jefferson Flats our apartments over by HR? Is that where is Jefferson Flats?
Jefferson Flats, they are apartments, but they're across from College Crib there, right there at the corner.
Okay.
They sit on that.
Down the street a little bit.
Yeah, down the street, yes.
Okay.
Adjacent from Wendy's, right on that corner. There's 4 things next to Jefferson Street Missionary Baptist Church.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. And what's the bed count in that we're looking at?
64.
64. And this is a lease?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, it's not approved yet. We're making our pitch to
It's
State
a
Building.
potential lease.
Yes, a potential lease. Yeah. It's a negotiated lease. We get it approved.
Okay.
I want to say to
2
Sean.
questions. How far is 3,500 John Merritt from Center Campus?
1 block.
3,500 Merritt Boulevard.
1 block.
Is that the
1
light,
block.
right at Jefferson Street?
It's next door to Jefferson Street Baptist Church. You ever heard of Tex Thomas?
I have.
It's next door to his church.
So 3,500 John Merritt is right on campus.
Right.
There's 8 acres there. How long does it take the building commission to allow us to lease the property? How long is that process?
Well, You know, typically what we do is we work with their staff, and we go through the staff meetings and we present it. And if we can get special permission not to have to go through the RFP process, then it can move quickly. So it can be anywhere from 30, 60 days, 3 months.
Remember, it's a state government team there.
Something else we may want to keep in mind, Trustee Johnson, Bill Johnson had mentioned about staff, because one of the things that we talked about on Tuesday and other times is the high cost of living in Nashville. So when you've got staff, we're trying to recruit staff to come to Tennessee State University, housing cost is an issue in Nashville. Us being able to provide housing for staff that would come here is, I think, going to be something that's going to help us in recruiting not only students but also staff.
At least initially, right? We're not talking about permanent housing. You get a job and you get a house, but just to help ease the transition in. So.
Wow.
Tell Sean, say it's a Trustee Wimberly, and that is, I forgot what it was. You had asked a question. I forgot what it was. Oh, the letter will go out again today to the students. We did send it out before, but as the end of the semester is fast approaching, it's probably a good thing to send out again. So we'll make sure the letter goes out again today.
And just to be clear, that's going to say the dorm and the room number?
No, it won't. It won't say the dorm and room number at this time. We will do those.
So that doesn't answer his question.
I think it was more about the hotel. That's where I was. Yeah, because there were students
so kids coming out of the hotel,
right,
want to know where they're going to be. And our letter is going to say somewhere?
We won't have the room number for them today, but we will send a letter out to them today, letting them know that they're going to return to campus. We sent it out 2 weeks ago now,
right,
maybe 10 days ago. So it'll go out again and say, but we don't have we won't have a specific. I think it'll be too much to try to get out today before they get home. A lot of students are leaving today for Thanksgiving, today, tomorrow, because there are a few classes on Friday. And so we want to, at least before they go home, to know something with them coming back. So it's best to just get them a letter out. They may not have a room number today, but they'll have it before they come back.
But the discomfort is not knowing where you're going to be. And the answer somewhere doesn't satisfy.
Yeah, so
right. So what can we do, and how fast can we come up with a response that says, we're going to put you in dorm number this, and you're going to be in this room? Pretty soon we're going to know these room numbers.
Yeah, right? Unfortunately, Trustee Johnson, it just doesn't happen before they leave. And we have to reassign those spaces. We have to evaluate space. So I would love to do that, but I couldn't honestly tell you we could do that. We can't do that until,
later.
We can do it in clear out, right? So when people leave, we'll know who's not coming back. Don't we, and I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but don't we know who is not coming back to our dorms?
We don't.
We absolutely don't.
We don't.
We have an idea.
There's so many moving pieces between fall and spring. You have students who, for whatever reason, things happen over that time frame. We have students who realize, oh, I'm pregnant, I can't come back. We have students who realize that I don't have the grades. After final grades come out,
can we reassign the housing for those people who are graduating?
I know what you're asking. What we're saying to you is, we will get them a letter letting them know they'll be back on campus, but we can't just say you'll be in Wilson Hall room 540. That's just not going to be possible today. We want to get something out to them today before they leave home.
So I see what he's saying. I got the answer. That it getting sent out today would be good. I think extending on from what you were saying is, so when do they get the number? Would that be? I guess that'd be like in.
Yes, a separate letter.
Got you. No, yeah. So.
Just one thing today, and that's it. But it won't be just a letter today saying you're on campus. They won't know where they're going to go. But today they won't know. That's what we're saying. We want to get the communication today will not include a room number, but a second communication, a separate communication, will include where they'll be staying. That's we wouldn't dare.
My question is that a January 14th letter, or is it a December 28th letter, or is it the day you show up? We're going to tell you the day you get here.
So the assignments are kind of rolling. So the first assignments will go out after graduation. Those students who graduate, who said they were going to graduate, and we know those spaces become available.
Right.
So then we'll have another one that'll go out after grades come out, when students realize that they didn't meet the academic requirements to continue, and so we can reassign in those spaces. Then that we've got some spaces that we know right now students have already indicated I won't be returning.
Right.
So it's a little bit of a rolling assignment from beginning.
I'm trying to get ahead of the press here.
Yeah.
As a parent, if my kid was in a hotel and now I have a letter that says you're not going to be in the hotel anymore, but we have a spot for you, my question is where? And you don't know, and so I'm going to call you tomorrow. Where? I'm going to call you every single day, and after 15, 20 days, as we get close to the start of the semester, that's part of our issue, right? Nobody gives me an answer. And so then I'm going to hop to Fox or whoever I'm going to talk to, right? They kicked me out of, and it's going to be phrased, they kicked me out of the hotel, and they promised me this, but it's an unfulfilled promise at this point in time. See what I'm saying?
If today were January 12th and we started on the 13th, you know, I could really get into the conversation a little deeper. But since today,
Right.
you know, we have 2 months
Right.
to make the not to make the assignment, but we want to have communications. So we've committed to having more communications with students. But the first communication has to let them know you're back on campus. That's the main question we're having. You're back on campus. Then we're going to send out the communication. We're going to get to housing. The housing has to go through all the processes that he mentioned, graduation, those who are not coming back, those who are requesting roommates, you know, we want to be here, and those who are requesting a certain residence hall. So we got to go through and analyze all of that, and then, you know, we can let them know where they'll be. As we find out where students will be, it'll go out to them.
Yeah.
That's never been the problem. Well, I can't say never, because the fall was a little different. But there's some anxiety about where they're going to be on campus or not. That's what we're getting.
Yeah.
It's not so much the room number. It's whether I'm going to be on campus or not, whether my things will have to be brought back. Dean, turn back over to you.
But is it possible for us just to say in the letter, you will not be in a hotel, you will be brought back on campus, and you will be notified of your assignment by X date? And then make sure that date is before they move on campus, to make
Please.
sure that we meet
Please.
that date.
That's all I
Can we
want.
do that?
I want
Absolutely.
to drop
Okay.
that date.
Yes, that's our plan. Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, I hope that settles the matter, because I think we're into administration, deep into the administration from a board committee level, and I hope that you all will take time to speak with each other about this situation, Dean Stevenson and Dr. Johnson. Thank you all very much. Everyone,
Can I ask one last question before you close out?
go right
I
ahead.
understand that the building commission has pushed back on modular housing, which has a negative connotation in the minds of some. However, in modern day in modern day language, is engineered housing, and it is not what it was. And so, for those of you who've talked to the building commission, what was their pushback with regards to modular, which shouldn't be used as a language, but engineered housing? And I've also asked Turner Construction, which is a local, as you all know, whether or not there's any engineered housing at the University of Tennessee, which would figure into any political argument we'd make if, in fact, engineered housing became an option for us to solve our problem.
I'll go first and I'll turn it over to Dean. Because we started late with the modular housing, because we had started with the maximum number of hotels we would need. We said if every student, I think it was 4,000 then, they said they may be 3980. We said that would take 11 hotels. So it takes the worst case scenario to the building commission. So we took that worst case, and that's what got denied, because it was the money involved in it. It was so many hotels, the logistics. So that was denied. So we went. The second thing was to take modular, not engineered. I think if we had taken engineered homes, it would have been different. But we took the modular, and modular, if you drill down, was more the container look. And what the feedback we got was that being a flagship institution, that container look was not impressive for TSU. And so we backed off of that. We've not presented engineered homes, because that is different. That does have a different sophisticated look. And so that may be, that's something we'll take into consideration as we, Dr. Johnson, Dean Stevenson, and Ms. Allen, as we go through this to present to, if that's part of our plan, we'll look at that and see if that's something that we want to pursue further once you and I and the team can work a little bit more, with a little bit more detail with it, Mr. Pendleton, et cetera. So, but again, we never took what you're talking about, the concept of engineering homes. We've not taken that to the building commission. I can't say that they will react favorably or negative. I don't know, but I think the container look, well, although we will make it be a different look, but I think it's the idea of, putting, an HBCU students, in containers, so that may have a different connotation, a different thought process. But I think modular homes, engineered, that's totally different. So that's a consideration. Dean.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, I think this is something I think we can really dig into in our housing committee, because I think there's an opportunity for us to go back to the state on some of these things.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee McKenzie, and everyone else that has made a comment regarding this. Is there any further discussion on this matter? If there's no further discussion, I'd like to move on to the next item on the agenda. The next item on the agenda is an update on CARES Act funding. I have just been informed that the CARES Act funding will be deferred until our next meeting.
Oh, okay, we're gonna defer.
The next item on the agenda is the Finance and Budget Report. Information regarding this Finance and Budget Committee agenda item is included in your board materials for the November 17, 2022 board meeting. President Glover, please provide pertinent information related to this agenda item. This is an informational discussion item, so no vote is required.
Yes. Thank you, Trustee Lewis, Madam President, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief on this, as I have presented to you the revised budget that will be taken to the full board for approval. I would like to state, and that's on page 107 of your documents, as of October 31st, 2022, our total revenues, including state appropriations, is $70.9 million. Auxiliary enterprises, which include primarily housing and also food service, is $22.7 million, driving our total revenues to date of $93.7 million. Our total education and general expenditures through October 31 is $52.8 million. Our auxiliary enterprises $17.7 million, bringing total expenditures to date of $70.5 million. This gives us a current surplus of $23 million. Again, it's still early in the year, but that's where we are as of this date. Are there any questions related to our current activity?
And that includes, for our expenses, that includes the hotel stuff and all?
Yes, it does, yes.
Adjunct faculty and all that other stuff?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions regarding this agenda item? The next item on the agenda is an update on enrollment, recruitment, and retention. Information regarding this Finance and Budget Committee agenda item is included in your board materials for November 17, 2022 board meeting. President Glover, will you please provide pertinent information related to this agenda item? This is an informational discussion item. No vote is required.
Thank you, Ms. Izzet.
Thank you, President Glover. And thank you, Chair Lewis, and the members of the Finance Committee, and to the other esteemed members of the Board of Trustees. Good afternoon to each of you. On behalf of President Glover, we're pleased to briefly share some of the updates for our fall enrollment that's noted in your materials on page 114. This update really represents the results of the collective efforts of our entire university family, which includes our esteemed faculty, our dedicated staff, and the resilient students, and our enthusiastic alums who have worked alongside of President Glover with her visionary leadership, and our executive teammates who served diligently on the cabinet. We also want to really acknowledge that the results that are in this packet are really because of the feedback and the challenge that you as a board have issued us through our strategic planning and our strategic recruitment model that we continue to monitor and stay on track with. On the first page of the report that I provided for you, the first chart that you'll see is our current official fall enrollment for fall 2022, which is 9,218 students.
Let me interrupt you. Is this on page 114?
Page 112. I'm sorry, I maybe said 114. 112. Chart number 1 is fall 22 enrollment. Our official enrollment number is 9,218, which is the highest in the history of the university. And we're very pleased that we're trending forward with all of the efforts that are listed in our strategic enrollment plan and our university strategic plan. Chart number 2 represents a breakdown of fall enrollment in comparison from 2021 to 2022. So as you see, last year we had 8,077 students, and this year, of course, a 14% increase to 9,218. President Glover also wanted to show you the breakout of the head count of our new first-time freshmen to see that differential. Fall 2021, we had 1,637 students, and fall 2022, 3,567, which represents a 118% increase in students. Chart number 3 really captures the current registration for spring 2023. At the time of the report, there were a total of 4,146 students that had registered for spring 2023. That number has increased today to about 4,520. So we're trending up there as compared to last year. This time, spring registration was only 2,444. One of the things that we're focused on, particularly with such a large freshman class, is making sure that those students get through their first semester and return in the spring. And so there's been a lot of efforts to make sure that they get through the first semester successfully and continue their matriculation. On average, our return rate from fall to spring is about 80%. We've set a goal of 90% to get 90% of our students back. I want to turn now to page 113 and talk a little bit about our enhanced retention efforts. And all across campus, all of our teams and all of the divisions have been focused on retaining students. And I've broken out for you in this report the efforts specifically that the president's office has been involved in, and she's really led the charge, spending time talking with students, motivating students, having one-on-one sessions with freshmen and new students, giving them access to her, and also aligning our upper management with opportunities to talk and inspire freshmen. And then we have the Office of Student Success for fall retention and their engagement efforts. And you can see that we've done everything from streamline our advising process for new students. We've done pre-registration workshops. We've had advising series topics to really train these first-year students on what advisement means, how it guides your career. And then also we did a full registration blitz. And our goal is to have at least 3,000 students registered for the spring semester. So those efforts are going very well. We have a great team that's working. In addition to that, there's a lot of student development programming for first-year students specifically. So in addition to the programs that you heard Dean Stevens mention, there have been an additional 30 programs just semester alone specifically targeted for first-year students. Programs have gone on throughout the campus as well as in freshman dormitory. You'll see there's a freshman tribe newsletter that's for parents and students. And then at the last page, on page 114, we really outlined the first-year experience retention programming. And they've had some great engagement. The students are very happy, and we're very pleased with their progress. We've also noticed that since we have a higher achieving student with a GPA of over 3.0, these students are really interested in not just having a good time, but they're very serious about their work, and so we're excited about that. President Glover, that concludes my report. I'll pause there and turn it back to you.
Chairman Cole.
I'll be very quick. Even though I know that there are individuals that have made our success enrollment a negative, I want to congratulate you on the positive point of it, and that these 9218, I wrote it 5 times so I can remember without looking at it, okay? The 9218 students that we have as being the highest in the history of TSU. I congratulate you and your team on that.
Thank you very much. It's been a team effort for sure. Thank you.
Trustee William Johnson.
Yes, I've received a lot of inquiries and questions about the advising process for students for the spring semester. Historically, less than 30 credit hour students went to the Success Center or to the first year advising group. At our last board meeting and the meeting prior to that, you indicated you're going to hire new staff to accommodate all those people. Since that time, I have been told, so I want to confirm that what I've been told is accurate, that there was a shift to a modified self-advising for these freshmen, where they attend some module and then they register themselves without seeing a Success Center advisor or an academic department advisor or a first-year advisor. Is that correct?
No, sir, that's not correct.
Okay,
Let me
thank
just
you.
clarify. So for a freshman who has less than 30 hours, so 29 and under, each student is assigned an academic advisor who actually has the responsibility of guiding that student. For their first semester, the advisor actually registers the student. So the goal is to also train students about the advising process and then hand them over to their sophomore faculty advisor with the knowledge of how to select classes, where to go to see your degree map, and also how to choose the courses and place the CRN numbers in our system. So they do go through, after their first semester or during their first semester, they go through the training sessions. That's what I mentioned earlier in the report. And at the end of the semester, they actually come to a session with their advisor, get the courses from their advisor. They actually watch they've been given videos to how to look in the banner system, and then they actually go through the process of placing their classes in their schedule.
Proctored and monitored.
Proctored and monitored by the academic advisor, the Success Center
I
advisor.
just wanted to make that clear, because what faculty have been told, what the buzz is that something different is happening.
Yeah, well, I'm very,
And
yes.
so we want to make sure that your first year group or the Success Center still has control
Absolutely.
and care of these students for their entire first year.
Absolutely.
And that these kids are not self-advising.
That's absolutely incorrect.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, that being the case, it sounds like to me, what's the name of that marketing committee or whatever it is? They need to put that in writing and get it to the faculty members.
Correct.
And I also want to note here, as I said on the bottom of 112, I showed you the current advisement for the registration for spring 2023. that number at the time of this report was 4146, and as of to date, like when I ran it this morning, it's moved up to 4520. I want to point out that the first-time freshmen out of that number is 2,390 students, first-time freshmen who have already been advised and gone through the registration process. And we will walk for the next 3 weeks. We will continue to work with those students, even virtually while they're at home during the holiday, to really continue to help them get through the advising process as well.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Zizard. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Just one other observation, and I'm serious. We're talking about a customer service department. We need change that to customer service and communication department. Seems like to me that the faculty and the staff need to know what's going on, especially the faculty when it comes to your students. So when this kind of information is available, in my judgment, it needs to be passed on to the faculty.
And also, would you, as VP Allen finds dollars for scholarships, etc., would you to continue to work with the scholarship efforts? You all work closely together, make sure those scholarships that we have, use them as a method of retaining our students as we go forward. But Mr. Lewis, that's a great comment, because it just stirs me to hear that the faculty had a misunderstanding, and they're the part of our institution.
They're the people that teach the people, but they don't understand.
You're right.
How is that?
Yeah. So continue to work with that scholarship. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Are there any other comments regarding this matter? If not, then can we move to the next item on the agenda? The next item on the agenda is a report on institutional development. Information regarding this Finance and Budget Committee agenda item is included in your board material. President Glover, would you provide pertinent information related to this agenda item? This is an informational item. No vote is required. President Glover.
Thank you. Ms. Alita Toney has come forward. She reports to Mr. Jamie Isabel, who is the head of Institutional Advancement. Ms. Alita Toney, thank you.
Thank you, President Glover. Good afternoon, everyone. And hello, Board of Trustees. And Jamie, please feel free to jump in too as I speak. So we are very pleased to be embarking upon a focused strategy, which you will see is in your book that begins on page 121, 122. So we are in the process of coalescing our staff so that we can have a very focused approach towards achieving the financial strategies and goals that the president has set forth for the institution around fundraising. We have done an incredible job as an institution, particularly with the renaissance of HBCUs, thanks to our president as well. People have been very forthcoming with wanting to partner and to be very generous. However, we understand that even with that, we need to do our due diligence, and we have to have a very structured approach. So you will see aligned in here, although we've had some great success in the last fiscal year with fundraising amounts, we are also in the process of transforming some of the things that we do as part of our department, which includes that we will have an aggressive fundraising climate. And by that, I mean that we will do our work very intentionally and diligently. It is of my belief that anytime our Dr. Glover is traveling, that is an opportunity for a development conversation. And so we need to make sure that she is prepared always to represent the institution in those types of conversations, as well as any other senior leaders as well. and we will have very focused initiatives. There's a lot of activity that is happening around campus, and so we want to be sure that we are aligned with all of those items and ensuring that they are supported and funded as appropriate. We also understand that our partners, they do want to see investment. They want to see returns on investment as well, and so we need to make sure that when we're having the conversations about how we are partnering with them and how they are supporting the students, that we are delivering on what we are saying that we're going to do, and that we are giving them the appropriate reporting. And so those are all the things that we are working to. Okay, working to institute within institution advancement. So we plan to have our entire team hired by the end of the fiscal year. We are about halfway through right now. There are, again, a lot of great attributes that are happening at Tennessee State University that we are engaging upon. And so we really want to make sure, again, that we have clear messaging and that we are clearly articulating why TSU, and that our donors are clearly informed about how we're using their funds, what the opportunities are for their funds, and the impact of those funds as well. So, any questions?
Yes, ma'am. I have a question.
Yes.
When you talk about, and welcome.
Thank you.
When you speak about building out the staff,
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk a little bit about that,
Sure.
positions and focus?
Sure, absolutely. So, so in addition to myself, we also have an office manager who serves as in the admin capacity. And I'm actually training her a little bit more too, to also not just be from an admin perspective, but also as a development associate. So to be more supportive from a development perspective. We have a director of annual and alumni giving. So someone who is completely focused on not just annual giving from general bodies, individuals, and corporations, but also very intuitively engaged with alumni as well. And so that includes being engaged with alumni with affinity chapters, nationally, regionally, locally. So in fact, I'm having lunch with an alum who has done really well in alternative energy, who says, I love TSU, but I want to be invited to the table. I said, say less. Let's have lunch. Let's talk about that. So that's what her goal is. We are also hiring for a director of donor relations and stewardship, and so that person's responsibility is to again identify opportunities for Tennessee State University, to make sure that we have that research, to then also help us come up with some of what those partnerships will look like. So, and if you've been fundraising lately, it's not just about sending a proposal and asking for a check. They want to know, how can we engage? And one of our greatest assets is our students. And so that's particularly where they want to be. They want to know, how can I engage with the students? How can this feed the pipeline for my workforce development? So that person will be engaged with that. And then also ensuring that we are delivering on what we have said that we're going to do, and that those reports go out and the letters go out and those types of things. And then we have a director of major gifts and planned giving, who will be very focused on just that, on working with individuals on planned giving opportunities. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, so we have Iris Ramey, whom you probably have met, who does our corporations and foundation relations. And so she's done a good job with managing, we have some corporate partners who have the traditional grant portal that they like to use, and so she does a really good job with that, but she works along with us in, again, identifying what those partnerships will look like, and then filling out the appropriate paperwork.
What technology do you use?
So we are exploring that. So we will be using a system. So I came in May, and so my goal is that by the end of the fiscal year, we will have a tool in place. I've already assigned that to one of my staff members to go ahead and do some exploration on options for systems, so that we can look at them and make a decision.
One final question. Have you set a goal, fundraising goal, globally? I mean, you don't have to go through the details of it.
Yes, yes. So Dr. Glover has given me a pretty big fundraising goal, and I will say that we by this time next year, yes, we will have raised over $8 million. That's our goal.
Can you talk a little bit about how you're leveraging college deans in this role?
Sure. And I have worked, even in this short period of time, I've worked with some of the college deans as well. So when there are opportunities, like I think probably in my first 2 weeks here, I had a meeting with the College of Business and with supply chain, as well as with engineering and with IT, to talk about what are some of the programs that they have going on and what are some of the needs that are there and some of the partnerships that already exist. So yeah, absolutely having those conversations.
They're not going to like me asking this next question, but have you set targets for them?
For each of the deans?
Production targets?
For each of the deans? Is that what you're saying? No, I have not set targets for the
deans. Is that something you're considering?
So I feel that it is my target. And so I will work with the deans on that. It's all part of the whole pie of the total amount that is to be raised. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions? You have some? I got some.
I don't have a question. I have a quick comment, Ms.
Yes.
I'm so glad to be working with you again.
Thank you.
Welcome
same.
to TSU, and I've heard some great things and appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you.
One other thing, Mr. Lewis, is that on page 116 was a chart that Mr. Izzard had prepared for us. We can look at later.
Thank you very kindly. I appreciate that. I'll go back to that when y'all let me off the hook. Right now, I'm still in the chair. I have a couple of questions. And this is not where it is. I don't want you to think it's for you all by yourself,
Okay.
Miss
Yeah,
Tony.
it is.
Okay.
But just as I asked VP Allen, the bottom line, I'm a bottom line person. I want to know how much we got in the reserves. How much money have y'all raised in the last 90 days?
I do not have that answer.
Were you supposed to?
I know I'm supposed to have that answer. I do not have that answer.
Ms. Lewis, the final report we got Saturday from the Founders Show, we had $3.4 million in the bank. As opposed to last year at the same time, we had right back $4 million. So we $1 million, $1.2 million short of last year this time than we are this time this year. But I want to say, at the end of the year, Mr. Lewis, we expect $1.2 million will come in from alumni giving at the end of the year. So we should be on par with the same time last year coming in December. So right now we have $3.4 million in the bank, Mr. Lewis.
Is that same $1.2 million Trustee Elliott talked about?
Mr. Lewis, it's two different money. My money come in from begging. Alan's money come in from business.
Yeah.
So it's a difference there, sir.
Yes. And
Well, I know he said something about the foundation getting I thought it was $1.2 million from the foundation. Did you not say that?
Trustee Lewis, it's actually 1.8 million, and that's a separate pot for scholarships.
That's what I'm trying to get to. I just want to make sure we're talking apples to apples and not apples to oranges.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
I'm
And I do have that. I'm sorry. I do know that number. And I will say that even with that, all of our income that is slated to come in has not been booked. So that the number that we get, that report we get every Friday, does not also include some of the outstanding invoices that are out there.
So I want to
Yeah.
speak to the comprehensive plan.
Yes.
We've gone over.
Okay. So, Dr. Glover has asked that we do a 3-year comprehensive fundraising plan that is of $25 million. So, and that is what my team is working towards.
$25 million per year?
No, total. 50 million.
50 million total over what period of time?
3 years.
Okay. And this doesn't include the 10. Is this money for FY23 that we're talking about that has been raised that you asked about, Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So it's new money.
Yes. Yes,
Very
that's
good.
new money.
Not
yes.
the 10 million we talked about at the gala.
No.
Very good.
Yes.
How much at the gala?
Did you Did someone not use the number?
Yes, so that was for a year. That was for a year of scholarships that had been booked in.
Really?
Yes.
I think I need to go ahead and turn in my lottery ticket so I can help you all out.
Oh, we would love that.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right. Any further discussion on this agenda item? Is there any additional business to be brought before this committee? If there's no further business to be brought before this committee, I move that the committee adjourn the meeting.
Just want to let you know that Trustee Johnson had to drop off, but he had advanced his approval for adjournment.
Thank you, Attorney Pendleton, for that information. Does that mean I'm the only one to answer the roll call?
Yeah, so Trustee Lewis.
Gone.
And
Thank you, sir.
Trustee Johnson as recorded, so. we're
Thank
adjourned.
you, sir.
Next is,
Executive. We
Okay.
a 2-minute, 10-minute break?
yeah, let's do the executive be real quick. Let's do it and then take a break.
Y'all need-
Okay, okay, executive committee, okay, where I need to be. Executive committee is really quick. We're gonna do it and then we'll take a break, so just tell me exactly where I need to be on that. Okay, yes, that's where but I'm supposed to read something. Is it something I'm supposed to read? Give it to me, please, you got it?
You just read regular,
Okay, so let's
there's
see.
no findings of necessity because we have a quorum present physically.
Okay, all right, so, we're gonna call the executive committee meeting to order. At this time, we need to call the roll. Secretary Pendleton, please call the roll. Is that not where we are?
Trustee Cole?
Yes, here.
Trustee Walker?
Here.
Trustee Lewis?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, all right, okay, all right, so if we have committee members, if you cannot hear or speak to other committee members on the board, please state so now. For each committee member participating electronically, please identify any individuals who are present at the location for which you are participating. The next item on the agenda is approval of September 15, 2022 Executive Committee meeting minutes.
Second.
Okay, the minutes of the Executive Committee, September 15, 2022 meeting are included for your review in the board material for November 17th board member. I moved and it was second for the Executive Committee to recommend to the full board the approval of September 15th Executive Committee meeting minutes. Was there any discussion? The question is on the motion to recommend to the full board the approval of the September 15th, 2022 Executive Committee meeting minutes as contained in the board material for the November 17, 2022 board meeting. Secretary Pendleton, please call the roll.
Trustee Cole?
Aye.
Trustee Lewis?
Aye.
Trustee Walker?
Aye.
Okay, the motion is approved. The next item on the agenda is a report on the President's annual performance review process. This is an information discussion item, so no vote is required. As chair, I'm charging with identifying the executive committee member to administer the evaluation process. As many of you know, the president is responsible for providing a confidential written assessment to us, a self-written assessment containing information regarding various performance-related assessments along with measurements. Upon submission, the president's confidential written self-assessment will be confidentially shared with the board in order to solicit confidential feedback from the board members, and that confidential feedback is then shared with the president along with her confidential written assessment, and that is used to develop a written assessment plan for the president's performance. I will continue to keep you updated on the progress of the evaluation process. A chair will be appointed. Are there any comments?
Let's move forward.
The next item on the agenda is the Secretary's report. Secretary Pendleton.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention a few items. One is right now we have the sunset hearing that is sunset hearing for the TSU Board of Trustees that is currently set for November 30th. We are waiting to hear more information and logistics on that. If you recall, that was moved where it used to be September 27th. It was moved to November 30th. With the hearing that occurred this week and some of the statements that were made, I'm not sure totally if that November 30th meeting will occur, but if so, we will keep you posted as soon as we have the information.
Could you refresh my memory? What's the purpose of the sunset hearing?
Yeah, so the sunset is, remember we went through the performance audit a couple of years ago with all the schools. So there is a renewal period. So our period for renewal was they gave a 2-year renewal period. So that ends officially June 30th, 2023. So as part of that renewal process, the Joint Government Operations Committee will review the institution, including its prior performance audit report, which, if you recall, most of that was dealing with the financial audit that we had. And so they will evaluate, make a recommendation to the full General Assembly as to moving forward with the board in terms of renewal, and if so, then the renewal period. So that process starts with the Joint Government Operations Committee meeting, and that's scheduled for November 30th. And then from there, they will advance that and hopefully create legislation, which, like the last time, they created legislation that passed that renewed the board for, at that time, 2-year period.
What is this? Why is my mind thinking about a 5-year period?
Well, because some of the schools at the time received various different renewal periods. So, and that was based upon their performance audit overall. So they chose for TSU a 2-year, and I think some other schools got 3, 4, maybe up to 5 years for a renewal.
The others got 6 and one got 4. 4 of them got 6 years. One got 4, one got 2.
Is there anything we need to do or ought to do to make sure we get 5 or 6 years?
We're answering the questions from yesterday, from Tuesday's meeting. There were some questions, some follow-up information he requested during the meeting. So we're working on that now to submit it. The deadline for that is, I think it was 10 days. It was one day next week. What's the deadline? 26. So we get that in. And so we'll go from there.
Yeah, I think a big portion of that will be our response and how we've already responded regarding the financial audit. Because remember, that was sort of the center stage for the performance audit. That was the primary finding regarding really the board and the financial statements. So we've responded to that. We've indicated there's been a decline in the number of findings related to that. So that's something that they will take up and review as part of their process.
And as part of determining whether the board continues?
Correct. Yeah, yes. So there's a renewal, a continuation. They have some options of what they can look to do with respect to the board and its continuation, reconstituted.
All right. President Glover, do you have any comments?
Not anymore.
Okay.
Please encourage our board members to attend.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, please, and as soon as we know the date, send it out to the board members.
The date and the time.
The date and the time.
We're not clear on the time yet.
And
yes.
the place.
You know,
Yeah, date, time, and place
we've
to
heard
the
it's
board
1
members.
o'clock, but someone else has said 8:30, so we're not sure what time it is
As soon as
yet.
we get it, because I'd like to see as many board members as
And
possible.
transportation.
Okay, anything else for me, Secretary?
And a meal voucher.
And a lunch.
All right, anyway, take
You
care of
know
all
me.
those things that need to be done please, and then make sure.
You know me well.
I know
Business is
you will.
business.
I know your
Okay.
business is business, I got you.
And just one other quick item. Also, I mentioned this at the last one, that both Trustee Martin and Trustee Corbill will be going through, they've been reappointed, but they have to still go through the confirmation process. That'll be a part of the legislative session
Okay.
in January.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good. Please make all the board members
Well,
aware
one
with
thing-
all those details, just like bam.
You did mention something about it may not occur. There's no indication it's going to be canceled. It has to occur because it has to go to the it has to go to the legislative process, so it has to occur.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. All right, is there any additional business? Seeing none, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
I move that the committee, that it be adjourned.
All right, let's call the roll. Trustee Cole?
Aye.
Trustee Lewis?
Aye.
Trustee Walker?
Aye.
Yes, please, we take a break. 7-minute break. next meeting. I'm gonna get you in the next meeting, okay? I'll get you. Oh, shucks, I got 3 messages. They were driving me crazy at the office. Cabinet, shelf, unit, office chair, and refrigerator should be moved before he comes in, otherwise they will dispose of everything left in the room. Please drive the highway need to move in. I don't know what they're saying. I'll call them when I get a chance. They about to work me to death in that office. Okay, all right. Thank you all for coming back together. Good morning. The November 17th, 2022 Audit Committee is now called to order. At this time, we need to call the roll. Secretary Pendleton, please call the roll.
Trustee Cole.
Aye.
Trustee McKenzie.
Aye.
Trustee Pinnick.
Aye.
We have a physically present quorum.
Okay. Committee members, if you cannot hear or speak to the other committee members or board members, please state so now. For each committee member participating electronically, please identify any individuals who are present in the location from which you are participating. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the September 15, 2022 Audit Committee meeting minutes. The minutes of the Audit Committee September 15, 2022 meeting are included for your review in the board materials for the November 17, 2022 board meeting. I move for the Audit Committee to recommend to the full board the approval of the September 15, 2022 Audit Committee meeting minutes as contained in the board materials for the November 17, 2022 board meeting. Is there a second? Any discussion? Yeah, thank you. That's seconded by Trustee McKenzie. Are there any discussion? The question on the motion to recommend to the full board the approval of the September 15, 2022 Audit Committee meeting minutes as contained in the board materials for the November 17, 2022 board meeting. Secretary Pendleton, please call the roll.
Trustee Cole.
Aye.
Trustee McKenzie.
Aye.
Trustee Pinnick.
Aye.
The motion is approved. The next item on the agenda, review of the completed internal and external audits. Information regarding this audit committee agenda item is included in your board materials for the November 17, 2022 board meeting. I'm going to ask President Glover and Director of Internal Audit, Ms. Adrian Davis, and other designated personnel to provide pertinent information related to this agenda item. This is an informational discussion item, so no vote is required.
Ms. Adrian Davis, along with Mr. Douglas Allen, will be speaking to the audit. Ms. Davis.
We had 2 internal audits, and there will be a discussion of our external audit, which was recently released on October 27th. For our first internal audit, we reviewed the president's expenses. This audit is required by state law. By December 1st of each year, we ought to present this report to you. Included in your board material are the schedules that document the travel expenses, the business meals and hospitality expenses, and other expenses for the president and her office. The total expenses for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2022 were $792,865. That includes those schedules and the salary and benefit amounts for the president and the president's office. We reviewed these amounts for the fiscal year, and there were no findings or observations noted.
Okay, let's make sure we're very clear that this includes salary also.
It
This
does,
is
and
not just-
benefits.
Yes, okay,
And
thank you.
benefits.
Okay.
The second internal review that we did was a follow-up from a prior review of the university's compliance with the state of Tennessee immunization requirements for students who are newly enrolled at the institution, who are enrolled full-time, and who reside in student housing. There is certain proof of immunization that they must present. For the fall 2022 semester, we identified 3,738 of our students that met this criteria. For 279 of these students, we did find where the proof of immunization was not obtained for these students. So there was 7.5% of noncompliance, but there was 92.5% of compliance, which is an improvement over the prior years as well. Management is in discussion with IT, and I was included in some of those discussions where they are trying to decipher what happened with these 279 students that caused them to be able to register while not providing the required documentation that would be needed for registration. So we are trying to see if that is a system issue where they were allowed to matriculate at the university without providing the required documentation. But I do want to state that the compliance was in excess of 90%.
Okay, is that
Yes.
all that you have?
We have the external audit, but that's it for that audit.
Okay, go on.
We have our external audit. It was recently released by the Division of State Audit. The audit had a clean audit opinion. The financial statements were found to be fairly presented. However, there were 3 audit findings. Each of these findings were repeat findings from prior years. The first finding was in the area of our bank reconciliations in that they were not complete, i.e. they contained some reconciling amounts that prevented them from being, quote, complete reconciliations. In addition, they were not determined to have been prepared timely. The state of Tennessee determined timeliness as 30 days after the end of the respective month. The second,
Excuse me, a question. Are you telling me that a reconciling item deems a bank reconciliation to not be complete?
an unidentified reconciling item.
Okay, thank you for making that distinction.
Yes.
Thank you.
We had unidentified
Okay.
reconciling items.
Thank you.
Yes. And so they did state that the reconciliations for the fiscal year were not, quote, complete, and that they weren't timely prepared. Our policy was 60 days. Today, we were presented with a policy to remedy that, to make our new policy 30 days with some room for extension at year end. The second finding related to the financial statements and the notes for the university and the foundation. They found significant amounts that were either misrecorded or not recorded, or they were misclassified, and so they made corrections. So there was a second finding, a repeat finding, that we need to improve procedures for preparing and reviewing our financial statements at year end. The third finding was in the area of our accounts receivable collection practices. It was noted that we were not consistent in performing collection efforts, and there were some students in their sample where we did not have support to show that we performed collection efforts for those students in particular. So they have charged us with adhering to our documented policy. We recently updated our accounts receivable policy, so we are charged with adhering to our accounts receivable policy and having documentation to support that we are in adherence with our policy.
Okay. So, yes, sir.
I'm sitting here trying to figure this out. What's the difference between a clean audit and a finding?
The clean audit relates to the presentation of the statements really after they've been audited, to say we've made these adjustments and these statements present fairly, and they have adjustments that may or may not be needed, and we agree to make those adjustments, and then they can say these statements are now fairly presented. For the items in the finding, if they had made suggested adjustments and we did not agree to them, they would have given you an unclean audit, because they would have said those statements are not fairly presented.
Thank you.
Mr. Lewis, can I put it in this manner?
Yeah,
we
make
got a
it.
2 on the exam, but we had some management comments.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, Mr. Allen.
If I may, and Ms. Davis, thank you for your comments on that. Issuing an unmodified opinion, again, that's the cleanest opinion that you can receive on any set of financial statements. I do want to say for a moment, the university had 7 findings, 7, okay? At the beginning of 2021, we now have 3 findings. We make great enhancements in the work we're doing, and we're continuing to do that. And I'll speak more on the 3 comments once Ms. Davis completes her report.
Well, before
opinion.
Yes.
We'll discuss the 4 opinions.
Yes, and again, the unmodified opinion, we were presented 3 days prior to the release of this report, which has a report date of September the 28th, with the official release date that happened in October, that we were going to be issued a disclaimer of opinion for our records not being in auditable fashion. Okay?
Thank you for mentioning that, yes.
Absolutely. And I want to clarify, in my 20-plus years in this business, that the comptroller's office reviewed every single entry in the general ledger for items that we brought forth to them 3 months prior to them going back into the books. So again, first in the history that I've ever seen something like that, but they were able to gain their confidence by looking at 100% of our transactions.
First time I seen it do audit and look at 100% of items, but what I
You
know.
wanna go through modified, qualified, go through that.
So again, you have a unmodified or clean opinion. You have a modified opinion, all right, that's not good. You then have an adverse opinion, okay, which mainly presents itself on gap-related items, and then you have a disclaimer, okay, which is the worst you can get.
Right.
And our books, as presented, are clean and unmodified versus a disclaimer is a big difference. And even mentioning the word disclaimer raise a red flag for many folks. So I'm glad that we could get our books to where they are and where we knew them to be.
And I want to clarify, if I can, if I may, that there was no mismanagement or misuse, because I think the media report, especially Fox 17, had a big headline. But if you remember on Tuesday, there were two questions, I think, from, I forgot who asked it, who was sitting up at the dais. But the one question was any money missing? It was asked that in more than one way.
May I, President?
Go ahead.
At the State Building Commission meeting, it was implied that we had missing money, okay? So I did go on record to state that is absolutely inaccurate information. They followed back up this past Tuesday, and the audit manager clarified to the commission that there were no funds missing, and they did extensive work that goes back to the 100%. Okay, so and again, what people believe in their perception is very different than what is actually going on and the controls that we have in place here at this university.
Mr. Lewis?
I'm glad I raised the question. Thank you for the answers.
Question, yeah.
Trustee McKenzie? Yes, sir.
Yes, we got a thing in place to make sure that our communication to the marketplace, to protect ourselves against enemies who want to use this as an attack on us. Have we really zeroed in on our relationship with PR in such a way that we are proactively protecting ourselves against their inclination, others' inclination to use this against us? I am convinced that we have enemies in the weeds who basically use this stuff to attack us, and I think the big target is probably the $250 million. And so when they can say that we're not handling money properly in any way, they are using this or likely to use it the way to try to keep the money. So I'm just wondering whether we proactively and aggressively are attacking this issue.
I hope that somebody will answer that question, because not only are they dealing with 250, they also dealing with the politics of the situation. Don't forget who we had to speak to us whenever it was at commencement. So you got a lot of politics in this situation when you live in a red state, I think it is. I just called it like I said it. I hope I didn't offend anyone, but business is business.
Dr. Lovell? Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to see if you wanted to make any comments.
I did. We're responsible for not performing a basic accounting practice of reconciling bank statements. It's like accounting 101. We should reconcile bank statements, and we didn't. So what we put in place, we brought in a new CFO, brought in a controller. I think there are 5 or 6, and the 6th one, there are 5 CPAs in the department now. And we have charged them, we've gotten on them to make sure, I'm meeting with them, we're reviewing things and making sure that the bank statements are reconciled. In fact, I had Mr. Allen to give me the reconciliations dating back from July 1 through September of 2022, July 1 of 2021 through September of 2022. So we have met that charge. The accounts receivable, I can't speak to that one. That's something you had to speak to Ms. Allen. But I can tell you, we're going through the bank statements, making sure they're reconciled. That was it. There was some more, I mean, both the two are related. I mean, it was more comprehensive than that, but it boils down to the beginning balances that they could not come up with. So we brought it to their attention, as CPAs do. If there's something that's going on, the first thing is to notify the auditors. So it was not like a finding. We told them, and it became a finding. And it was 7 last time, so we worked hard to bring it down. So we've now got us where we shouldn't have it. Well, I guess the timing we corrected things in May and June and July of 2022. So it may or may not be all the way corrected, but we know that it's done. We're going to show them, send them copies of the bank statement that's been reconciled. So they can see that and understand that. It got so contentious during the audit, I'm going to share with the board, that we had to call a meeting with the top person. Well, I guess the comptroller is the top person. Since he's not a CPA, we didn't try to get him involved in the details of the accounting work. But we did call in to ask her if she would mind coming to TSU. We just expressed our concerns. I said, well, what's going on? What is this with TSU? That you were talking about a disclaimer, meaning the books are so bad you can't even audit them. And so they backed off that. They had, before she came, they had backed off, but the idea that we had to even talk to the auditors in this vein, it was very concerning to us that that these findings, and we said, just look at it now. And she said said they would take a second look at something that happened for 2022, but still did not back off from changing something they had said. So we don't know what's going to happen, and we're not going to try to predict what's going to happen. We know that we have cleaned up things. We know we've come 200% from the time we got the 7 findings, and now from the time we got 3 findings. We know what to do. We're on the right path. We've charted how we're going to finish everything, and so that's where we are with everything.
Okay, of course, I was trained by Mr. Lewis, so I have 3 very specific questions I want to ask you. And I've talked with you and I've talked with the president, but for the sake of the board, I want to ask these questions, and I'm going to be as the senator as now. I really prefer a yes or no answer to this. Is it my understanding that you have cleared the 3 items that were in the findings that were in the report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just to go a bit farther on what you said, is that if they were cleared in May, June, and July, and they come in and audit 6/30/2022, if they don't look at nothing but that would be a repeat finding.
Right.
So I'm going to insist that we make sure that we put before them where it was cleaned up and that they look at that. Otherwise, they will come back and say you have another repeat finding. And you all have heard me say this every meeting that we have had, okay? But I mean, I'm asking, requesting, we've got to be very strong about and intentional to make sure that they look at that at that point that we cleaned it up. I shared that comment with Senator Watson and the chairman after the meeting the other night. So that needs to be done. And do you have what you need to keep this done and to get this done? Because I don't want us to get in a position where one time Mr. Lewis gave a deadline of December 31st and in March it still wasn't done, okay? Suppose they have people. So do you have the resources for what you need to get this done, keep it done, and keep us on track?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments, questions?
Yes,
Yes, sir, Mr. I'm sorry. Let me get to Mr. Pinnock.
To be redundant, I hate to be redundant about this, but I think this is, if I were the enemy, this is exactly where I would be attacking the university. In the newspaper, anywhere else I could get it, where I would attack. Because this is where I would attack. Can't say I'm sorry to be redundant, but this is a very, very sensitive matter, and this is where the enemy will attack and defeat us and cause us money.
If I can tag on to Obie's.
Just one moment, if you don't mind. And thank you, Mr. McKenzie. You expressed that, and you're absolutely correct, and I agree with you. But let me hear from Trustee Pinnock, and I promise I'll come back to you, okay?
So my question is about, and there was some discussion the other day about the timing of the audit. Can you talk about that so at least I'm clear on why timing is so important?
Absolutely. So the state auditor's office, the comptroller's office, they have a rotation, okay? And for coverage purposes, Tennessee State University, as a component unit of the Commonwealth of Tennessee, we don't meet that threshold, okay? We don't meet that threshold for meeting their audit coverage to give an opinion on the state's annual financial report.
Okay.
So our audits normally start in January. Okay. Now in this case here, and I want to be very clear, the fiscal year 19 and 20 audit were released in 21. A few months, then shortly after that you have the 1920, then the 21 audit just being released, okay, in October, and we're now in fiscal year 2023. So that's where the timing comes into play. And I expressed to the committee on Tuesday that, yes, you're likely to see repeat findings just because of the timing in which they perform their audits.
So what is our opportunity to request a change in the timing to our benefit?
So during our exit conference meeting, we actually met with the auditors, and Dr. Glover and I met with the senior auditors. And their plan is to still come in January. But I've asked them, in order for us to get things and answer or address any comments, we need to have our audit by April. Okay, that gives us then time to perform whatever work we need to do and be ready for the next fiscal year. Right now, we are just constantly paddling against the waves. Okay, and that at that point, that bleeding has to stop as far as the timing goes.
And they said, maybe not. We don't know.
That's the plan. They'll still be here in January. Okay. Will they be able to finish? Now, we'll be prepared for them, having the schedules. They provide a client assistance list. It's a long list of items. That's what we're actually working through now for their preparation to come in January. The ball will be in their court to complete the work in a timely fashion.
The difference, though, Trustee Pinnock, is that VP Allen, under direction of the president, they have cleared these last three items. So getting the report timely will enable them to be able to respond to any new items and have those corrected before the next audit, so that it doesn't become a repeat finding.
Madam Chair, I do want to share one thing that you had commented on about making sure we communicate with them that these things have been corrected. We actually did that for the fiscal year 21 audit, and they refused to put anything in there that showed that we made progress.
Well, that I realized that because we talked about that, and then I'll be very quick, but that was my comment to the chair and to Senator Watson the other night, was that if you come in and look, if they come in right now and audit 6/30/22, there is going to be a repeat finding, whatever that one item was that you all didn't clear to July. So somehow, and I don't know, so there are greater minds all around this table than me, okay, much greater than I am, that we must insist somehow and get that out there somehow, even if we got to send it down in writing to the person's office, that no, it wasn't cleared at 6/30/22, but it was cleared at 7/15/23. Because otherwise they're going to say, oh, now you have 6 years of this repeat finding.
Agreed.
Okay?
It's not a repeat finding just for the sake of having a repeat finding. Right. We explained that when the first finding came out this first time, we were in the process of correcting it, but the key people we had, all resigned.
I was gonna ask you to
Yeah,
do that. Thank
that's
you.
right. Thanks. They all resigned, and they didn't resign at one time. We bring in another person. One person just resigned. Another person went to
And where'd they go?
They went to TBR, and then another person went to TBR. As we got people in, when they started the process of correcting it, they left. I mean, we don't like to give excuses. Because I tell people I don't accept excuses because nor do I give excuses. But this is just a timeline of what has happened. So then we brought in another someone to be in charge of receiving this CFO. This person resigned in the middle of trying to get everything corrected. So now we still have the finances show up because no one is there to correct it. We were in there, Doug and I came in on a Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, just started working to lay out the process of how this continued. Because just on his face, it looks like, they're just so negligent. They didn't even do this. That's just not it. Every time we got started and almost got done, person comes in and say, I'm leaving. Few days, I'm gone.
But Dr. Glover, didn't you also reach out to the state when those people were leaving and letting them know that we had to rebuild?
I did.
Okay.
I even asked if they had anyone they could just put on loan to come here to work with us. And they said they didn't do that. And so we just kept going and said we would inch off of it as much as we could to make sure it would not bleed as much. It was going to drip, but it hasn't. It has the appearance that I listened to the senator the other day when he said it's just 5 years, and yes, the timing has kept going, but now it has been corrected. We can't change the clock, can't change the calendar. That's what we say in law. You can't change the clock. You can't, no matter what. But you can fix it so in the future it won't happen again. And that's what we've done.
I promise to come back to you, Trustee Johnson. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I want to add on to, or tag on to Trustee McKenzie's comments of us taking control of the narrative and being proactive. And this storyline, this explanation that we just heard here, converted to a home accounts, you and I talked about this the other day, your personal checkbook explanation, right? And feeding that to the press, as well as maybe even taking the questions we got the other day and answering those proactively, releasing those out, and let's be first to the shot as opposed to chasing the story. Let's get ahead of this and let's leverage Siegenthaler to lack of a better term, spin or direct this so that it's better understood by the public, because the people they're trying to misinform are the public. And so let's get ahead of the story.
I can't say enough about the Siegenthaler firm. They are outstanding.
Yep.
And so Katie, who works there, and Kelly Sharp working together, they have come up with several things. And so they're not ready to present today at the board meeting because it's not it's at the operations level. But just to let you know, they are, we followed that direction and we interviewed people and they came out on top, and they have really been working it. Every time something comes up, and before, they're so proactive. And they work so well with our own PR. And I mean, there's no challenge or no intimidation. It's just a good working relationship.
Well, a storyline or a story that is the backstory, the real, and now you know the rest of the story, right? Let's do that. Let's get that out there before this deadline to get the numbers back to the other people, before they can take it and run against us. Because I believe Obie is exactly right. This is the point of the spear.
Well, thank you, Trustee Johnson and Trustee McKenzie, Trustee Lewis, in terms of, I think we come back to this again, the importance of making sure that we utilize DVL Siegenthaler to the best of their ability to assist us. And we thank you for going to get that firm, Madam President, and we will continue to work along those lines. But I think, Trustee McKenzie, you said it very well, that the attack is precisely related to when we get to finances. We have a very capable staff in terms of Mr. Allen and President Glover that can hold their own with the group. And what they are drawing from that is that we are not well managed. That we are not well managed from the level of the board, that we are not well managed from the level of the president. That is far from the truth. So let's please take all these comments that we need to get to that firm, to get it out there. Let's recognize what the attack is and move forward on it. Do you have anything else along those lines? You do not. So that ended your external reports. Is that correct? The next item on the agenda is review outstanding audit issues. The material on this agenda item included in the board material for the November 17, 2022 board meeting. I'm going to ask President Glover, Director of Internal Audit, Ms. Adrian Davis, to provide pertinent and succinct information related to the agenda item.
The listing that's included in your board material lists out those internal audits that we have to follow up on, and we have a status of when we will begin the follow-up on those items. Also, state law requires that whenever state audit writes a finding, within 6 months you have to issue a follow-up report. So for the audit that was recently released, a follow-up report is required to be submitted by April 27, 2023.
When's our next board meeting?
In March.
I'm going to ask each one of the board members, please review in detail the report. I think everybody has a copy of it. Please review in detail that report and be prepared when we come to the next meeting to address those items. And Director Davis, I know you're getting by really easy this time. We're moving very quickly on it, but I assure you there are some items we just must cover that we're talking about. But we'll be back on track next meeting. All right. The next item on the agenda, discussion of the Audit Office's External Quality Assessment Review. The material for this agenda item included in the board materials for the November 17, 2022 board meeting. I'm asking President Glover, Director of Internal Audit, Adrian Davis, to provide information on this item, please.
Dr. Davis, Ms. Davis.
Thank you.
Y'all promote people going and coming around here, I tell you.
Well, this agenda item is just to go on record that state law requires that all Tennessee internal audit departments follow the Institute of Internal Audit standards. Those standards require that you have both internal and external quality assessments. Internal quality assessments are annual. External quality assessments are performed every 5 years. Our last external quality assessment was in 2018. The purpose of the quality assessment is to determine if you're in compliance with the standards. And so we will do a self-assessment, and then an external validation team will come in and confirm our results and or add to them. In 2018, we did the self-assessment, and Craft CPAs performed our external validation. So we are now beginning to start on the self-assessment so that in 2023, we will have a firm to come in, and we will discuss that with the board and the audit committee to come in and do our external validation. But that is required to be performed every 5 years, which would be in 2023.
Thank you. Dr. Glover, you have any comments? No. Okay. Anyone else? Is there any additional business? Seeing none. Yeah, I am. Okay, thank you. Is there any additional business? Seeing none, is there a motion to adjourn this meeting and to enter? I'm sorry, excuse me.
One comment, I'm sorry. I want to thank my staff, okay, because without them, this work could not be done. They work a lot of hours, hard hours, and long hours. And I just want to say thank you to them to making these things happen as well.
Well, would you also please hope they are listening, hope they're tuning in. We want to thank them on behalf of the entire Board of Trustees of Tennessee State University for their hard work and for the work of you and Dr. Glover that has been done.
And thank you for allowing me to have the resources needed to make this work.
Coming out here working herself.
She sure does.
I'm not check. Okay, all right. We don't have any additional business at that, so we're going into executive session for discussion of items deemed confidential under state law. I move that the audit committee adjourn the meeting to enter into executive session for discussion of items deemed confidential under state law. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the questions on the motion to adjourn the meeting to enter into executive session. Secretary Pendleton, please call the roll.
Trustee Cole?
Yes.
We gotta adjourn first. Cole?
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie? Trustee McKenzie?
Yes.
Trustee Pinnick?
Yes.
Yes. Aye.
Okay. All right, the motion is approved and we are adjourned. State University Board of Trustees is now called to order. We are pleased to be in person for this meeting, but want to ask everyone to continue to take health and safety-related precautions as COVID and other viruses remain an issue. And it is so very good for us to be back together again. At this point in time, I would like to ask first Dean Stevenson to please give us a meditation, please.
Let us bow. God, we thank you for your grace, your mercy, your love, and your kindness. Lord, we pray your peace over our country, our state, our city, and over Tennessee State University. We ask that you bless this meeting, everything that is done and said that you're pleased with today. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Okay, at this point, I'd like to ask the cabinet members to stand and please introduce yourselves.
Quincy Quick, Interim Assistant Vice President, Research and Sponsored Programs and Chief Research Officer. Jamie Ilzable, Division of Institution Advancement.
Terrence Izzard, Associate Vice President for Enrollment Management.
Frank Stevenson, Associate Vice President and Dean of Students for the Division of Student Affairs.
Greg Robinson, Chief of Police.
Doug Allen, Vice President for Business and Finance and CFO here at TSU State University.
Mickey Elwood, Director of Mathematics. Lawrence Pelton, General Counsel.
I didn't forget him this time. Okay, thank you so much. As you will note in your board materials for today's board meeting, we have several items on the agenda today. The next item listed on your agenda is the roll call, declaration of a quorum. At this time, we need to call the roll. Secretary Pendleton, please call the roll.
Trustee Cole.
Here.
Trustee Bill Johnson.
Present.
Trustee Lewis. Trustee McKenzie. Trustee Walker.
Here.
Trustee Wimberly. We have a quorum.
Okay. Board members, if you cannot hear or speak to the other board members, please state so now. For each board member participating electronically, please identify any individuals.
We need to get Trustee McKenzie.
We need him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Pennant.
We're good.
President.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. All right, board members, if you cannot hear or speak to other board members, please state so now. For each board member participating electronically, please identify any individuals who are present in the location from which you are participating. I would also like to introduce at this time our student trustee, Sean Wimberly. Thank you so much for being here with us. And also we have with us, I do believe I saw come in, the SGA president. Would you please stand? Mr. Kenny Roll, is that it? Okay. But stand up again. I want to recognize him because it's. I understood that last month that he and the vice president of the SGA, Ms. Aaliyah Holmes, went to Washington D.C. and met with Vice President Kamala Harris. Thank you for representing us so very well, and I think we need to give him a hand for that accomplishment. Okay. All right, we will continue. The first action item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes of the September 15th, 2022 board meeting. You have in your November 17th, 2022 board materials the minutes for the September 15th, 2022 board meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the September 15th, 2022 board meeting?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, the question is on the motion to approve the minutes of the September 15th, 2022 board meeting as contained in the board materials for the November 17th, 2022 board meeting. Secretary Pendleton, please call the roll.
Trustee Cole.
Yes.
Trustee Bill Johnson.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee Pinnock.
Yes.
Trustee Walker.
Yes.
Okay. All right, the motion is approved. And thank you, Dr. Glover. But we have, I think, some more student representative leaders. They walked in after we made the announcement, did we not? Stand, please. Hi, and you are?
Freshman class president. Sir James Ford, freshman class president.
Okay.
I'm Joshua Williams, sophomore class president.
And I'm Alexandria Pointer, the sub-G chair.
Thank you for coming. Okay. Okay. The next item on the agenda is the audit committee report. As the audit committee chair, I will report the actions and other items from today's audit committee meeting. The audit committee met today to act on one item, receive reports on 3 items, and go into executive session to discuss matters deemed confidential under state law. The audit committee voted to recommend to the full board the approval of the September 15, 2022 audit committee meeting minutes. In addition, for the approval of the minutes of the September 15th, 2022 audit committee meeting. You have in your November 17th.
Enter your access code or meeting number followed by.
Okay. You have in your November 17th, 2022 board materials the minutes for the September 15th, 2022 audit committee meeting.
5, 9, 1, 1, 3, 7, 4, 8, 9, 6 is not valid or the meeting has not started yet. Re-enter your access code or
Let's wait till we get a connection real quick, okay?
enter your attendee ID number followed by pound. If you do not know your attendee number, press pound to continue.
Okay. Okay. Now we gotta listen to the music. All right. Okay. On behalf of the audit committee, I move to approve the minutes of the September 15th, 2022 audit committee meeting as contained in the board materials for the November 15th, 2022 board meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, the questions on the motion to approve the minutes of the September 15th, 2022 audit committee meeting as contained in the board materials for the November 17th, 2022 board meeting. Secretary Pendleton, please call the roll.
Trustee Cole.
Yes.
Trustee Bill Johnson.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee Pennick.
Yes.
Trustee Walker.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, the motion is approved. Okay, I'm seeing as I go along, but I think Dean Barbara Merle did she is in here? I would like to ask her to stand. She is the head of the Levi Watkins Institute, and I just love to see the students at Meharry in their coats, their white coats that say Tennessee State University. Thank you so much, okay? The next item on the agenda is the Finance and Budget Committee report. The chair recognizes the Finance and Budget Committee Chair, Trustee Lewis, who will report the action and information items from today's Finance and Budget Committee meeting. Trustee Lewis.
Thank you, Chair Cole. The Finance and Budget Committee met today to act on 3 items and receive reports on 6 items. The Finance and Budget Committee voted to recommend to the full board the approval of the September 15th, 2022 Finance and Budget Committee meeting minutes, the fiscal year 2023 institutional revised budget, and a bank reconciliation policy. Additionally, President Glover and her own team provided reports on capital planning and facilities, the Housing Special Committee, CARES Act funding, finance and budget, enrollment, recruitment and retention, and institutional development. As I stated earlier, the Finance and Budget Committee voted to recommend to the full board the approval of the minutes of September 15th, 2022 Finance and Budget Committee meeting. You have in your November 17th, 2022 board materials, the minutes for the September 15, 2022 Finance and Budget Committee meeting. On behalf of the Finance and Budget Committee, I move to approve the minutes of the September 15, 2022 Finance and Budget Committee meeting contained in your board materials for the November 17th board meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, the question is on the motion to approve the minutes of the September 15th, 2022 Finance and Budget Committee meeting as contained in the board materials for November 17th, 2022 board meeting. Secretary Pendleton, please call the roll.
Trustee Cole?
Yes.
Trustee Bill Johnson?
Yes.
Trustee Lewis?
Yes.
Are you on, Obi?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Trustee McKenzie?
Yes.
Trustee Pinnick?
Yes.
Trustee Walker?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion is approved. Trustee Lewis?
The Finance and Budget Committee also voted to recommend to the full board the approval of the fiscal year 2023 institutional revised budget. You have in your November 17, 2022 board materials the materials related to this agenda item. On behalf of the Finance and Budget Committee, I move to approve the fiscal year 2023 institutional revised budget as contained in the board material for November 17, 2022 board meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, the question is on the motion to approve the fiscal year 2023 institutional revised budget as contained in the board materials for the November 17th, 2022 board meeting. Secretary Pendleton, please call the roll.
Trustee Cole?
Yes.
Trustee Bill Johnson?
Yes.
Trustee Lewis?
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie?
Yes.
Trustee Pinnick?
Yes.
Trustee Walker?
Yes.
Okay. The motion is approved.
Finally, the Finance and Budget Committee voted to recommend to the full board the approval of the updated bank reconciliation policy as amended. You have in your November 17, 2022 board materials related to this agenda item. On behalf of the Finance and Budget Committee, I move to approve the bank reconciliation policy as amended as contained in the board material for November 17, 2022 board meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, the question is on the motion to approve the bank reconciliation policy as contained in the board materials for the November 17, 2022 board meeting. Secretary Pendleton, please call the roll.
Just clarification, as amended.
The updated bank reconciliation policy. Secretary Pendleton, please call the roll.
Trustee Cole?
Yes.
Trustee Bill Johnson?
Yes.
Trustee Lewis?
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie?
Yes.
Trustee Pinnick?
Yes.
Trustee Walker?
Yes.
Okay. The motion is approved.
Chair Cole, this concludes the Finance and Budget Committee reports.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Lewis and other members of your committee. And just as you've given your report, it came to mind that I want to say to those that are joining us electronically, the work is done in the committees. I know it seems like we come in here and we just go very quickly, but believe me, there's a lot of detailed work done in the committee, and we invite you to join us electronically whenever you can, to those that are now joining us. The next item on the agenda is the Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee report. The chair recognizes the Academic and Student Affairs Vice Chair, Trustee Johnson, to report on the action items and other items from today's Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee meeting.
Actually, it's Trustee Bill Johnson who's going to report out. The other one was Andre Johnson, who's not able to participate.
Okay, we're going to ask Trustee Bill Johnson to report in the absence of trustee Andre Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Cole. The Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee met today and to consider and vote on 5 agenda items and to receive reports on 2 other agenda items. Information regarding these items are in your materials for the November 17th, 2022 board meeting. The Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee voted to recommend to the full board the approval of the September 15th, 2022 Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee meeting minutes, an academic program modification to change the credit hours of the Masters of Science in Speech and Hearing Science, and an academic program modification to change the name of the existing Business Information Systems concentration within the Bachelor's of Business Administration to Information Systems. The committee also voted to recommend to the full board a new academic program, the Masters of Science in Agricultural Business and Leadership, and a new academic program, the Masters of Science in Accounting and Accounting Analytics. The Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee also received reports on academic affairs and student affairs. As I stated earlier, the Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee voted to recommend to the full board the approval of the minutes of the September 15th, 2022 Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee meeting, as contained in the board materials for the November 17th, 2022 board meeting. On behalf of the Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee, I move to approve the minutes of the September 15th, 2022 Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee meeting as contained in the board materials for the November 17th, 2022 board meeting.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, the question is on the motion to approve the minutes of the September 15th, 2022 Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee meeting as contained in the board materials for the November 17th, 2022 board meeting. Secretary Pendleton, please call the roll.
Trustee Cole?
Yes.
Trustee Bill Johnson?
Yes.
Trustee Lewis?
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie?
Yes.
Trustee Pinnick?
Yes.
Trustee Walker?
Yes.
Okay, the motion is approved.
The Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee also voted to recommend to the full board the approval of an academic program modification, a change in the credit hours for the Masters of Science in Speech and Hearing Sciences. On behalf of the Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee, I move to approve the academic program modification, the change in credit hours for the Masters of Science in Speech and Hearing Sciences as contained in the board materials for the November 17, 2022 board meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, the motion to approve the academic program modification, the change in credit hours for the Masters of Science in Speech and Hearing Science is contained in the board materials for the November 17th, 2022 board meeting. Secretary Pendleton, please call the roll.
Trustee Cole?
Yes.
Trustee Bill Johnson?
Yes.
Trustee Lewis?
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie?
Yes.
Trustee Pinnick?
Yes.
Trustee Walker?
Yes.
The motion is approved.
The Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee also voted to recommend to the full board the approval of an academic program modification, a name change in the existing Business Information Systems concentration within the Bachelor's of Business Administration to Information Systems. On behalf of the Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee, I move to approve the academic program modification, name change of the existing Business Information Systems concentration within the Bachelor's of Business Administration to Information Systems as contained in the board materials for the November 17th, 2022 board meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, the question is on the motion to approve an academic program modification name change of the existing Business Information Systems concentration within the Bachelor of Business Administration to Information Systems as contained in the board materials for the November 17, 2022 board meeting. Secretary Pendleton, would you please call the roll?
Trustee Cole?
Yes.
Trustee Bill Johnson.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie.
Yes.
Trustee Pinnick.
Yes.
Trustee Walker.
Yes.
The motion is approved.
The Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee also voted to recommend to the full board the approval of a new academic program, the Masters of Science in Agricultural Business and Leadership. On behalf of the Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee, I move to approve the new academic program, the Masters of Science in Agricultural Business and Leadership, as contained in the board materials for the November 17th, 2022 board meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, the question is on the motion to approve a new academic program, the Master of Science in Agricultural Business and Leadership, as contained in the board material for the November 17th, 2022 board meeting. Secretary Pendleton, please call the roll.
Trustee Cole.
Yes.
Trustee Bill Johnson.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie.
Yes.
Trustee Pinnick.
Okay.
Yes.
Trustee Walker.
Yes.
Okay, I'll read it. The motion is approved. Trustee Johnson.
Yes. The Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee also voted to recommend to the full board the approval of a new academic program, the Masters in Science in Accounting and Accounting Analytic. On behalf of the Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee, I move to approve the new academic program, the Masters of Science in Accounting and Accounting Analytics, as contained in the board materials for the November 17, 2022 board meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, the question is on the motion to approve a new academic program, the Masters of Science in Accounting and Accounting Analytics, as contained in the board meeting material for the November 17th, 2022 board meeting. Secretary Pendleton, please call the roll.
Trustee Cole.
Yes.
Trustee Bill Johnson.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie.
Yes.
Trustee Pinnick.
Yes.
Trustee Walker.
Yes.
Okay, the motion is approved.
Chair Cole, this concludes the Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee report.
And thank you, and thank the other members of the committee for the tremendous amount of work that you all do to bring us this information. The next item on the agenda is the Executive Committee report. As the chair of the board and the chair of the Executive Committee, I will report the action and information items from today's Executive Committee meeting. The Executive Committee met today to discuss and vote on one action item and hear reports on two items. The Executive Committee voted to recommend to the full board the approval of the September 15, 2022 Executive Committee meeting minutes. The Executive Committee also heard a report on the President's annual performance evaluation process and a report from Secretary Pendleton. As I stated, the Executive Committee voted to recommend to the full board the approval of the minutes of the September 15, 2022 Executive Committee meeting as contained in the board materials for the November 17, 2022 board meeting. On behalf of the Executive Committee, I move to approve the minutes of the September 15, 2022 Executive Committee meeting as contained in the board materials for the November 17, 2022 board meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, the question is on the motion to approve the minutes of the September 15, 2022 Executive Committee meeting as contained in the board materials for the November 17, 2022 board meeting. Secretary Pendleton, please call the roll.
Trustee Cole.
Yes.
Trustee Bill Johnson.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie.
Yes.
Trustee Pinnick.
Yes.
Trustee Walker.
Yes.
The motion is approved. The next item on the agenda is a report on housing. The chair recognizes President Glover, who will provide information regarding this agenda item. President Glover.
Dean Stevenson. You can come either one.
Oh, he's good.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Madam President. The Chair appointed a special board committee for housing, and we did have our first meeting to evaluate short-term and long-term housing opportunities at Tennessee State University. It is certainly no surprise to anyone that we are meeting with some housing challenges as it relates to supply versus demand. We currently have 3,680 beds on campus, which includes our 700 new beds that came online this fall. However, our demand side has increased tremendously over the last few years, particularly with the high cost of housing in the city of Nashville and students' inability to afford housing in the city, affordable housing that's just simply not available. So it has increased our demand, particularly around the undergraduate students who are requesting now housing. And so we have prepared two things. One is what will happen this spring. So we will reduce the number of hotels that we currently have by 3 hotels. So Candlewood, La Quinta, and Ramada will come offline in the spring, and we are confident that we will accommodate all of the students who are currently in housing in the spring. Most of this will be done through the measure of attrition. Those students that we expect not to return will create bed space on the campus. As it relates to our fall and moving forward plan, we have identified and are currently pursuing a fast track option for 1,000 new beds to come online to help us to mitigate our housing supply issue. And so we're working with VP Doug Allen is working with with TBR and others to help us navigate that space in a much quicker span. We're looking at we explore some other opportunities in the committee meeting, and we'll continue to really dig into how we can bring more beds online, as well as looking at how we replace some of the beds that we currently have. That's certainly a need to upgrade and update some of the facilities that we have. So when we began this semester and we had to have 5 hotels, it certainly created a level of anxiety for some students, some who just simply weren't expecting that. And we did that as a stopgap measurement, not ever intending that this would be a permanent solution, but just a stopgap measurement to help us get through this space while we look at how we can bring more beds online and how we can adequately take care of our students. I want to reiterate that for the spring semester, there's no students that have housing now that we don't anticipate housing for the spring. We do know there will be some students that graduate, some students who will transfer, some students who will not return, but those students who need housing, who are currently in housing, all will be accommodated. So again, we're looking forward to digging in. We're looking forward to some innovative ways to provide housing in a quick space and make sure that our students who want to be on campus, that we can accommodate them. We've got a proposal right now that's going before the State Building Commission for the Jefferson Flats. We anticipate, if that is passed in December, that we'll bring the Jefferson Flats online for January. And we also are anticipating some other opportunities as we're in negotiations with some property adjacent to our apartments that may create some opportunities. So that concludes my report. And again, we're digging in on the housing, and we're going to continue to create as many beds on campus and around the campus as we can to provide for a safe learning environment for our students. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the President's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Trustees. This is the President's report. It's a quick executive summary. We have record enrollment for first-year students at 3,567. We're headed for another historic high this year in research funding. We reached an all-time high of 70 million 2 years ago. Last year we had 67 million, and this year we're on target to top that 70 million we reached 2 years ago. We see some housing challenges and we revised the housing plan you just heard about. We're going to establish an Office of Customer Relations. I'm going to go over the financial statement audit and the controller review. And the agenda follows that: go over enrollment and retention and housing, customer relations, audit and review, facilities and grants and research. Enrollment, our growth strategy does include attracting top quality, high performing students. They come from various locations, a 250-mile radius, than others across the state and across the nation. This year, the high GPA average of 3.37 from all the students at 3567. And that's a high GPA. That's our GPA for that average of those students. We have a large freshman class, the largest one in the history of TSU students, and the largest among HBCUs for this fall. So I just want to give you the enrollment data. I went back 5 years. So in 2018, we were 7,724. Then 2019, we got up to 8,081. We dropped down during the pandemic, the first year of 7,615. Then 2021, 8,077. And then this year, 9,218. That is the highest that the university has ever experienced. And similarly, for the first year class, we went through from 5 years, 1225 for 2018, you can see 1268, then 1703, 2020, and then 1637 last year, and this year 3567. Now, what caused the growth? We had a strategic marketing plan, especially to in-state students and students who live within a 250-mile radius. We increased our digital recruiting and to both students and parents. We're meeting students where they are. And we know that all our students live on the computer, live in the digital world. So we dug in and went more deeply into the digital world to reach more students. We have more virtual campus tours, more virtual events. And we have an intent to enroll form, which students are signed. We can better gauge who's going to come here once they sign the form. We had a higher yield among students who were accepted at TSU. In the past, we had 29 to 30% have been accepted. This year, we have 41% of those students who have been accepted who actually applied. And then we fixed an internal application process, which allowed for faster application processing. At one point, it was close to manual, but not quite manual, but we had to put a transcript with the application. But once that process was fixed, we got the program that allowed for faster processing. We could process applications faster, review and admit students faster. I think the 2 new student residence halls became an attractive feature. Then we had an increased focus on non-traditional students and students who had stopped out for whatever reason. Our aristocratic band continued to be a drawing point for us, and I think later on we'll make the announcement again. And then we're experiencing HBCU renaissance. It's across the country. Students are coming back home to HBCUs. So what does that mean? HBCUs have received a lot of exposure at local, state, and national levels, and then TSU is receiving a lot of positive exposure. And it's becoming a destination of choice for both students and parents sending students to school. And so students are just returning to HBCUs. And that's causing a spike in enrollment for many of the HBCUs. And as president, I'm a fierce advocate for HBCUs. So I'm looking at the first year comparison for other universities. If you look at FAMU, these had double-digit growth. These are our peer institutions, had 55%. Jackson State had 117%. North Carolina Central had 61% increase from last year. Texas Southern had 108% increase. And then TSU had 117%, just as Jackson State did. Then look at the LGIs. This data came from the LGIs, came from our office that it was prepared by THAC. So MTSU stayed pretty much the same. But APSU, both of them stayed pretty much the same. But ETSU had 11% growth. Tennessee Tech had 23% growth. University of Memphis dipped a little. Then TSU had 117% growth. So comparing to the other LGIs, you can see that three of the LGIs had double-digit growth. So some of the retention activities, we expanded the retention team, and then we have retention coordinators for each academic college, and we've put this in place now. We want to make sure that since we have so many students, new students especially, we want to make sure they return. So we put in some retention methodologies to make sure they return next semester. We've increased the student success activities and the student development programs and activities for first-year students, and just making sure that tutoring opportunities for students who need assistance in certain areas to make sure that they have those tutoring opportunities available. Next. So let's go back to housing for a moment. We just heard the housing report, so I won't spend a lot of time talking about it. I will say it's a supply and demand issue. The supply is just not as great as the demand. The demand just greatly exceeds the supply. We have 7 residence halls and 3,680 beds. We can throw in the House of God, and will give us another, brings up to 3810. We have nearly 5,000 applicants. So we placed 907 off campus in the overflow. But I will stress that all students who pay deposits by the deadline were placed in housing. Then some who paid after the deadline were on the wait list still were placed in housing. And I do want to say that every student, I think I heard Dean Stevenson say, but every student who was in housing for this semester will be in housing for next semester. We are not, even though we know that we have a problem with the supply and demand, we kind of make sure that all the students get placed, and we'll have to worry about that for next semester. So let me go to how we're going to communicate more with students and get the message out better. We want to have more frequent communications and early communications to students that pertain to their experiences. And the message to students, we want to be much more simplified and resolve any issues in an effective and timely manner. I think some of the problems that we encountered was because there were no return phone calls. There were not enough return phone calls, there were not enough emails being returned. As a result, students were trying to get assistance wherever they could. So they called whomever they could call. They would call legislators. They would call down to the state offices because they needed to have information given to them. So we're enhancing communication so we can ensure timely external communications from every division that impacts students. Then we retain the services of a public relations firm to assist with our efforts. The Signethal firm, which is Fin Partners, we retain them to assist us. Now, what caused a higher housing challenge again? With a higher percentage of first-year students who were accepted to TSU, actually enrolled in TSU. So I mentioned earlier, we did analysis for the past 5 years. The percentage has averaged from 30% roughly for students who were accepted to TSU, who actually came here. Because once they get accepted to TSU, they also get accepted to Fisk or Memphis or MTSU and other schools. So that rate went up this year to 41%. Then there's just increasingly a high cost of living in the Nashville area, which makes students want to return to campus to live. And also coupled with that, there's a lack of affordable housing in the area. And again, we cannot ignore that we're going through an HBCU renaissance, which is a good thing. For the spring and fall, we're going to continue with the 2 hotels for spring 2023. Instead of 5 that we have now, we'll have 2 for next semester. And then continue with the House of God living quarters. Then some spaces through attrition, as some people will graduate, and then unfortunately some will not return. Then there are some preferred suggested locations that we're putting together that list for students who cannot live on campus. Though about 82% of our students who do live on campus who apply. We are establishing an Office of Customer Relations to provide information and to answer questions, to ensure that the questions are answered, their inquiries, concerns, they're being addressed in a timely manner. And we're asking each division to develop your customer relations goals, because our customer is our students. So we're going to have our customer relations goals established, and we're going to assess the various units periodically to ensure that the goals are being met. And then we ask them to work proactively to identify potential concerns and what are the long-term solutions to those concerns. And then finally, we're establishing a student customer service advisory committee to assist the Office of Customer Relations. Let me move to the financial statement audit. The TSU received an unmodified or a clean opinion for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2022. The audit contained 3 findings for this period from July 20th to June 21. The findings have been corrected. TSU has a new management team in Division of Finance. We have 5 CPAs, including our new vice president. I'm not sure if you're still new, but I've been here a little over a year. New vice president and a controller, both with CPAs. And we implemented a policy, a bank reconciliation policy, because as you know, it's about the reconciliations that were not done. Keep going. So I want to make sure that it's clear, it's important to point out from the audit that that became the headline on Channel 17. There were no funds missing. There were no funds misused or mismanaged. I'm not sure what the headline said, but if you all listened in on the report, the meeting on Tuesday, I think they asked the auditors more than once, any funds missing? He said no. How do you know? He said we did an exhaustive review. We did a very detailed search to make sure. That's part of audit procedures. And so it's inflammatory to when TV station or media acts irresponsibly like that. But I'm not here to please Fox. I'm here to serve the students at TSU. So we failed to reconcile accounts. That's what happened, which is required to do. You have to reconcile the accounts, and we did not do that. So this led to a finding, and it's contrary again to what the media reports. It's based on not reconciling accounts. But we have corrected that, and we've moved on. So the Senate Ad Hoc Committee and the Comptroller's review, the Comptroller is still performing a review of TSU's enrollment policies and practices to ensure efficient resource to support growth. And so they looked at when the review team came, we made sure we gave them every file on every first-year student. 3,567 files were lined up in this room in paper form so they could have ease of operation. And so they did consult the files and peruse the files, and each one had all the information in it that was required. So I think we put to bed that the rumor that everybody got in who applied, whether or not they met the criteria. So we put that to bed because we showed that the students had good GPAs and every single aspect of a requirement was met per student. So the hearing was held on November 15th, which was Tuesday of this week, and they had some concerns in the areas of enrollment and retention, housing, the financial audit, and facilities. I don't think they got the facilities, but that was in the letter that they would be addressed. But those were the areas that we discussed with them and answered their questions about. We have some follow-up we're going to submit to them. Let's go facilities and maintenance. We're working on an agreement with an outside consultant who's going to help us in the maintenance of TSU facilities. We're still working on that. We have a firm that's been identified, and so they've been speaking with us regularly. But there are various repairs and upgrades on campus that have already been completed, not related to this maintenance of the funding that we received from the government from the last year. We have some painting and grounds and other work and maintenance needs that still need to be done. So for the infrastructure funding that we received in budget 2022 budget, the state appropriated $250 million for infrastructure updates at TSU. We continue to express our gratitude to Governor Bill Lee and to the legislature for making TSU a priority in the budget, and we are pleased that that TSU did receive the funding. So we're prepared to list the buildings now to start repairs. The Davis Humphreys, Boswell, and the Love buildings were submitted initially. That list has expanded. So, but deferred maintenance will be significantly reduced once we start working on the buildings. We turn now to grants and research. I mentioned earlier that we were on target to top out our largest number we had ever had, which is $70 million, 70.7. So right now, in the month of November, we have $55 million. And so getting $15 million more for the next 6 to 7 months shouldn't be as difficult, but that's our plan to top the $70 million. But I can tell you there's been 100 awards to date that we have received. The total is $55 million. And TSU is in the top HBCU in receiving USDA funds from NIFA. I mean, we're the number one HBCU that from USDA through NIFA that receives these funds. And we continue to be in the top 5 every year in receiving research funds from the federal government. Corporate giving is still up. I listed the donors that had $1 million or more. They're giving us Apple, FedEx, and the Robert Covenant Foundation, Bank of America, Lowe's, and HCA. And then we have 3 others in the works for $1 million for this year. So in summary, I'm going to say it again, the record enrollment for the first year students, the highest GPA was 337. We're headed for another historic year. We have our housing challenges. We have a plan to make sure that the students are taken care of. We just want to make sure the students understand that we're here because of the students and that we care. We care about the students and care about their well-being. So that's why we're making sure we go through all of this, is to make sure the students get a quality education and an environment that will allow them to study and live and learn. We established an Office of Customer Relations, and then it went over to Financial Statement Audit and Controller Review. That's the summary. And the last chart is just good news. The Aristocrat of Bands nominated for 2 Grammys. I'm going to stop so we can applaud on that one. These include the Best Roots Gospel Album, the Urban Hymnal, then collaboration of J. Ivy's Best Spoken Word Poetry Album, The Poet Who Sat by the Door. So we're excited about that. Our Aristocrat of Band was excited about all of our student organizations. I just thought that was really special that the news was announced that they had gotten a nomination for 2 Grammys. Madam President, that's the President's report. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, President Glover. Thank you.
Chair Cole.
Yes, sir.
I have one question that I have not heard asked, and it's bothering me right now.
Yes, sir.
We have 7 resident halls here on campus. Is that right?
Yes.
Have we ever had more than that? Does anybody know?
I don't think so.
And we're going to add 2 more. Is that correct?
That is the plan, to seek approval from the State Building Commission to add 2 more. It's in the budget already, but it's for further out. And now we're asking to let us bring it on earlier to help meet the housing demand.
Well, I'm thinking about HBCU Renaissance. Who knows, there may be other things, other reasons that we might need more than 2. And I wanted to bring that to this board's attention. You don't ever know what's getting ready to happen or what has already happened that might cause us to need more than 2 additional residence halls.
Thank you. It's well taken.
Thank you, Trustee Lewis. Thank you, President Glover, for that report. That very positive report is, I think we talked about it, and we are taking steps to get all this positive information out in the community so that it can be massaged just as the negative information that is going on.
And to our students.
Yeah, and to our students, yes, to our students, and to make sure our students understand that we do care and we do hear you. So you can come and talk to us. At this point in time, the next item on the agenda is the board's chair. I just simply want to thank each and every one of the trustees that are here today for the extensive amount of time that you spend on these days and the tremendous input that you give. Thank you, cabinet members, for being here to provide us with the information. We appreciate the work you do to get us prepared for when we come in. A tremendous amount of work goes into it. And as I said before, for those that are listening electronically, the majority of work are done in the committee meetings, and just as you may join us here, you may join us there. So we do sincerely appreciate you. At this point in time, if there's no additional business, I will entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
This second?
Second motion.
Okay, Secretary Pellman, please call the roll.
Trustee Cole.
Yes.
Trustee Bill Johnson.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee McKenzie. Trustee Pinnock.
Yes.
Trustee Walker.
Yes.
So what happened?
He's calling the roll. He's got.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I called.
Did he? I think he said.
Okay.
Trustee McKenzie.
Oh, here.
Well, we still have time.
Okay, so the motion is approved, the meeting is adjourned.